fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the field.
The new network, PKN.
Buff the stuff, Bagwell.
Kelly White has got Buff Bagwell in the first round. 5 wonderful rounds, and you draw one of the best of the Marcus Buff Bagwell.
See it? Hollywood, oh, there you go. That's how he is. His size advantage, power.
You're just going to be a little stepping stone in Buff Bagwell's plan.
His size advantage, power.
I've never even heard your name.
His size advantage, power.
So who the hell are you? I'm a world superstar, buddy.
Buff the stuff, Bagwell. WCW World Championship Wrestling. The Buff. Guess what? These are current events. The grand debate's happening in 2023. He has one flaw. He can't keep his head in the ring.
I got a big hope for you, buddy, but you're not going to make it.
Does that still haunt you?
I've never even heard your name.
Does that still haunt you?
So who the hell are you?
And use our mental attack. And use our mental attack.
And Reconstruction got called off. He had mass incarceration. Then
Both these men.
But I was like 9 years old, and I watched this football game.
And all of a sudden, Americans realized there's no difference between people because their skin color might.
2 great football teams, the Giants, and quarterback by a guy named Y.E. Tittle.
You glom onto the people who are most visible.
Maybe we could play Jodie Foster in The Accused.
To me, what makes a great superhero is the fact that he can die, come back, be raised again.
Their time is done.
All of
It's over.
academics,
This is your time.
the athletes to watch this.
Go out there and take it.
A rebuttal, guys and gals, Mr. Jim Brunzell.
One of their sharpshooters could match Oswald's performance.
Questions are there.
And Oswald was at best a medium shot.
The mob
The scope was defective on it too.
was pissed off at Kennedy because they wanted him to have the air supply.
The guy couldn't do the shoot.
Most of these interactions could touch you and they can see you.
And they sold this lemon to the American public.
Atticus taught that to his children.
That's no ideal to me.
The importance of empathy.
That is a living, working reality.
Guys and gals, Eddie Johnson and Jumping Jim Brunzell have moved on in advance to round 2.
And from the Sudan, who's under the management of
the U.S. government chased Geronimo for 7 years.
Are grassroots pieces of knowledge that a man that's going to lead you eventually would want to know.
While Gerald Briscoe and Fred Ottman have moved on to round number 2 officially.
When you're broken and your self-esteem is shot, and you don't know who the hell you are anymore. Yeah, it's justifiable.
Because I lie and sign myself to lies!
Our justice system's flawed, but I'd say it's the best system out there.
Security office that is locked and it's controlled by a security officer.
I have given you my soul. Leave me my name!
John Red has advanced. Your thoughts, Red. Howard Collado was finished second round.
My parents didn't vote.
Hoping that this fight.
Oh.
You can't take that.
No, just all the rest of the family.
Throw people off because I'm like, yeah, I do agree. But wait a minute, I got a debate against her.
Because everything he has said is from the heart and the head.
Bret Hart advances to round 2.
Also about how the game of basketball itself is interwoven with the civil rights movement.
I was just hoping you might give me some insight into the evolution of the market economy in the southern colonies.
What is legally allowed?
Demonized based on their success.
He's not trying to.
I do think that
I haven't demonized anybody.
And that is having quiet time.
They tried to keep it in that spirit of
Nobody there is demonizing nobody.
Ontology.
By 1 point, guys, Pete Babcock has moved on to round number 2.
It is human nature.
You know what? You should listen to your wife.
To want multiple partners.
You are an asshole.
Come here, give me a kiss.
He's moved on to round number 2.
In order to have an unbiased reporting, and a half-truth is a whole lie.
If you saw, there was always a light in their eye. A very big indicator that he's become the thing.
Child says,
See what happens.
and it goes dark.
University of Texas Longhorns reported $200 million by just the football team alone.
Their goal is to finance opportunity for student participation.
2-1, guys and gals. Eric Heron will be moving on to the second round.
Get out of the middle.
There's no need.
Get your ass off tonight.
On November 22nd, 1963,
We don't even know who they are.
Nothing more than a mere fantasy.
Pinocchio, Joe, and Davis.
You took her life.
Brian Clark, I don't care how big you are. Yeah, you're some big guy. It's not about muscle.
Who gets away with murder in 2023?
Rupert Murphy, you son of a bitch.
Has decided to kill someone in a bygone era.
You're the chosen one, huh? You made a hell of a rep for yourself at now.
Sheer 9 or 10. You're probably 9.5.
Oh.
10 is no one's perfect, but honest to God, you're terrific. You do your homework, and
I appreciate
I've done
that.
everybody. I've done in the '80s. I did Johnny Carson, Merv Griffin. I did it all, and you're very energetic and good. And you ask the right questions.
Jesus Christ, is that okay, Tony? Did I sit?
Oh, where'd you get that book from?
Yeah, there we go.
Beautiful. But
Yeah.
baby, you guys, I tell you what, you guys did your homework, man.
Could you have fun here in the green room?
Anytime you want me back, I'm here, brother.
They had to write about it,
Why-
didn't they?
why
Wait,
is
this
Gaddafi's
is a classic example of killing the messenger, not the message.
You know stuff that I wouldn't expect you to know, and sometimes I'm a little disappointed that you do know.
Get the hell out of here before I bust that camera!
I'm prepared to take on this challenge of this wonderful, wonderful monologue that you've written. And I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do after I read it again for maybe the third or fourth time. I wish that I'd had the time to commit it to memory because it deserves that.
Make it different.
I'd let the geek get the girl.
All the stuff that you talk to me about that I don't even remember about myself is so impressive. Highly impressed. I would
Thank
give
you,
this a
man.
very high A.
He still has to cut back. Look at the move he makes here. Hesitate.
Available, but they haven't taken those chances. Drexler sliding all over the place tonight. Eddie Johnson gets 2 more.
Last name Johnson, first name Eddie.
When I have a retirement party, even at my funeral, you better show up.
Oh, thank you.
No, you know what? You're a very interesting person.
Ralph Cramden, the yoga instructor, or Don Corleone, the computer repair person. Thank you for this, my friend.
With all this rhyming stuff, you must really put a lot of effort into this. I would love to read or see something that you've written.
Oh, I love you that you brought that up.
Oh, I'm sure it's really interesting.
I really enjoyed this, man. You're a smart guy and you ask really good questions.
Last name Rosenthal, first name Steve.
Avi, you are unbelievable.
No, please.
That was one of the best introductions I've ever had in my entire life. It was better than my bar mitzvah.
At any rate, the sister of Mary Hartman. I can't think of the character's name. Then after that,
I think she played Kathy Shumway, maybe?
Yeah, she was Kathy Shumway. Very
Shumway.
Good. That's very impressive.
Coming together for you. Jim, I can't tell you how excited I am to be here. WCW's giving me my chance. I'm finally showing myself. No matter who it is, Tony, we're going for the belt.
And we're coming straight ahead for him, baby.
The amount of intelligence you've got to have is not in a book. It's the files you have collected over your journey, over your walks on this planet, over the steps you've taken on this planet. That's what you got to bring to this game.
Is get your mind ready. Enough laughing, enough joking. It's time to get serious.
I'm gonna eat you up and spit you out, big boy. And the girls can't get enough. And the girls
Young Kelly White
get enough.
that grew up feeling less. Somehow, I guess he's been crying forever. I don't think it's what Bagwell said. I don't even think it's how he said it. But he definitely tapped into something that I buried a long time ago. There is no monster as ferocious, as independent, as truly credible as Cage. A leash comes off. I'm in control. You woke up a sleeping monster, brother. You woke up a sleeping monster, brother. So I'll see you.
Get the hell out of the ring!
Kelly White or Cage.
Why, run for your life!
Versus Buff Bagwell.
I'm gonna eat you up and spit you out, big boy.
And this is a war not going to win.
Bye-bye, Kelly White.
Because I have something you do not.
You're treading on thin ice.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. It is the ability to 100% focus on the job.
Marcus, you've been telling the world that you've been waiting to spit this guy out, chew him up. Am I right?
You know, I just try to state the facts.
His audio is not working, but he told me something else as well, Kelly. He said all the better because he looked in your eye and he thinks you're not ready for him tonight.
You know that's bullshit, Off.
Guys, Kelly White's here in the flesh. Marcus was too. Tech problems? Mind games? You can have your own. Draw your own conclusions.
Testing. I can't get this dang tech to work. What am I gonna do? We saw your grin in the face, your oversized hat, and then you saw me and suddenly my tech won't work. Ring, 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 ring. This is me calling bullshit. When all you had to do was show up and out-debate me. That was it. Very, very simple plan to execute if you had the stuff. But it's become apparent you don't have the stuff. I might be taking the walk and you're going to be nothing but an overhyped TikTok reel that nobody cares about anymore.
Kelly, are you in control of the situation, or is that other guy inside?
I've got this. Howard alluded that, hey, it was more mind games, and maybe.
Now maybe this is some psychological games Marcus is playing.
You know what? Maybe that's so, but I think, and you know, I put it out there that if it screws up again, he's gone.
Only twice in your life did somebody say something to you that reminded you of that relative that pushed those buttons and got the worst out of you. One of those individuals' name is Marcus Buff Bagwell, and that little boy inside of you needed to find out whether he can control his inner rage, because murder, Kelly White, is a lot different than victory. So Kelly, with your eyes closed, just listen to Marcus Buff Bagwell.
It was never a tech problem. It's all playing with your mind and playing games. That's what I do. You're an independent pro wrestler. You had never have been, never will be. Nobody. Good luck. You're gonna need it. You little bitty independent pro wrestler, and you're just a fly in the ointment. You're in my way. So, bye-bye, Kelly White.
3 times the charm. I mean, are you worried about July the 8th? Are you worried about the match not taking place as scheduled again?
He's done, and I simply stroll into the winner's circle and have a comfortable chair. Guys, cocky usually comes back to bite you in the ass. Or, he wants to bring independent little itty-bitty pro. I'm not only winning this one for me, I'm winning it for all the guys out there in shitty locker rooms and everybody that watches our damn show. Is that what you were looking for in those mind games? Were you looking to just make me that much better with big, fat, independent pro wrestling guy Kelly White? Laser focused.
Do you think for a second, big man, that I'm going to let a nothing, nobody, never was, never has been, beat me for $13,000 and a trip for 2 degrees? You're out of your stupid mohawk mind.
It's all playing with your mind and playing games.
You woke up a sleeping monster.
That's what I do.
Guys and gals and pals, if that didn't quite pump you up, then you need a life transplant, because I'm all fired up. Do you notice the stakes? They're quite high as we inch closer and closer to round number 2. You, me, the competitors, we can't help but get riled up. See? Even I have the shakes. Welcome to the TKN Celebrity Grand Debate Tournament, round number 1, night number 14. Each and every Saturday, we are not only live, but look at the bevy of talent, debate topics, and innovation. It's like nothing you've ever seen. $13,000, a trip for 2 degrees, being dubbed Mr., Mrs., or Miss TKN, and winning the Tom Sizemore Memorial Cup? I've got my eyes on the ladder. For me, that's what's up. I conceptualize these hard-hitting topics as the competitors in this exclusive and star-studded field always hit a home run. All you have to do is sit back, stuff your face with carbs, and have a lot of fun. Because you, guys and gals, are the engine, and even the imitators wouldn't know how to begin constructing what we have here at TKN. It's a machine, but its foundation is known as love. That's what makes us who we are. It is what is unseen. The sweat, the 22-hour days, the camaraderie, the 60-plus talk shows per month featuring the best of the best. Who needs shut-eye? When I'm dead, I'll lay down and get some rest. You've seen the elite compete as their goal is to see their opponents taste bitter defeat, like the NBA Finals were for the Miami Heat. When the lights are on and the camera turns red, you have to own this street. Forget the pleasantries. This ain't no time to be sweet. Put that in a tweet and allow your brain to enjoy quite the treat, like Avi Klein romancing the ladies in $1 Million Suite. But I digress, because you might have to subscribe to a tier 7 to see me take the gals to heaven. It's time to pull up the sheets. As soon as I'm done, guys and gals, with these beats. The matchup tonight is a contrast of 2 different styles featuring 2 men that have been at each other's throats. All of you have witnessed it go down. Their feud has been worthy of a pen and paper jotting down the notes. This is a top shelf class. In of itself, being good isn't enough. Expect the unexpected, like Fight Club, starring Brad Pitt. To win this entire tournament, you have to win 5 total rounds as the field shrinks bit by bit. You must display a level of tenacity, endless grit, a sharp wit, a target you must hit, and you must not know the meaning of the word quit. Coming up next, the dreams and hopes of one will be crushed, while the other will be riding quite high. Mind games galore have been played on this competitor. Tonight it's do or die. He's the co-host of Indie Tales and is a highly intelligent man. Moving on to round number 2. Easier said than done, but that is his immediate plan. He's put aside all of the events of yesterday, but will his cool approach in life give in to the rage? he will have to set that aside and lock his temper up in a big old cage. This is a highly anticipated match that is sure to be tight. So with that, let's bring in a fierce competitor. First name Kelly, last name White. Kelly White, welcome to the Grand Debate Tournament. Round number 1. How are you?
I'm good. And I'm ready.
Are you ready?
I've been ready since May 20th.
What if I were to tell you there's a snafu right now, Kelly White? What if I were to tell you that, who knows, maybe this isn't happening? What would you do then, huh? I see that raging inferno behind you, huh? I don't need rhymes for that. I can talk to you one-on-one. You're talking about mind games? Who says they've ended? Who?
Indeed. Who says that they have, Avi? And here's the thing. As you pointed out, I'm a pretty intelligent guy. And if you remember right, May 20th, when Mr. Mind Games pulled the string on that talking monkey, I added a stipulation. Any damn problem tonight, he's done. I take a seat in the winner's circle. And he knows that. So if he doesn't show up tonight, it's pure chicken shit.
Ah, my friend Kelly White, maybe the biggest mind game of them all is the mind game that might surprise you most. Because my co-host, Mr. Bagwell, is coming up next. But first, let's remind the masses what Kelly White did to get into this first round via the qualifying round. These are some of Kelly White's buzzworthy moments in the qualifying round.
I am not cocky, but yes, I am very confident. Little tiny figurines with, but to eat it, I mean, raw, it tastes like you went out and grazed on some grass. People who maybe feel a little behind the power curve in life can build a heroic character and in the framework with rules. If you were looking for a big name wrestler in the 80s in the independent circuit, then you went to Jim Crockett Promotions. Can actually become heroes for a few hours, whether it's you play every day, every week, every month.
Guys and gals, as you know, we're on 51 different pages. My page, the TCAN YouTube page, the New Network Facebook business page, the pages of my co-hosts. We are averaging 7-figure views across the board when you total them all up. And that didn't start from day number 1. We did it by rolling our sleeves. The sweat is the sweet. And guys and gals, I can tell you right now, this field is getting even more exclusive. Who are some of those mystery opponents? Huh? We saw some candidates for that. There might be more Hall of Famers, more Oscar winners. We got even more. Trust me when I tell you, this is just round number 1. There's a lot more in store for you. But guys, right now, again, how you watch this show is up to you. TCAN Network, 60-plus shows per month. More Hall of Famers, more Oscar winners, more legends, more up-and-comers, all doing one thing, innovating. That's what we do. We innovate. So guys and gals, let's bring in Kelly White's opponent. This matchup has been hot and heavy before it's even happened. There's no doubt, guys and gals, that this matchup has been one of my favorites. I circled this on my calendar because I knew that the passion would be on full display. You see Kelly White? He's locked in. Mr. Bagwell's going to be locked in as well. I'm sure he has some choice words for Kelly White as well. So with that, let's bring out Kelly's opponent, who also, much like the names above, happens to be a co-host. He delivered the message to Kelly White and told him that he tells the truth. He doesn't need to boast. He hasn't made no secret that Kelly is merely in his way as he looks to whip the tail of everyone competing here. Will he do just that? Or will Kelly White be the one whipping some rear? He's a man that's universally known, from Indianapolis to Minneapolis, from Maine to Spain, from Cuba to Aruba, from Armenia to Slovenia, from Alaska to Nebraska, from Angola to Pensacola, from Arizona to Barcelona, from Altoona to Laguna, from Casablanca to Sri Lanka, from Japan to the Sudan, from Greece, see what I did there, to Nice, from China to North Carolina, from Nepal to Senegal. He wants to win the $13,000 by being the last man standing. The man has commercial value. He knows all about branding. He wants to win that trip for 2 to Greece. Pacifists worldwide, hit the bricks because it's not time for peace. He brings the fire and vinegar. Let's not forget the piss. Welcome, a one and only legend. Last name Bagwell, first name Marcus.
I'm Bub, and I'm the stuff.
And he's ready. Kelly, ain't no tech problems. There never were. Sorry, am I right, Marcus?
Never, bro. I mean, it was just so much fun to see your little fat face trying to figure everything out with all of this. And all that came down to is you were just a little fly in the ointment that I was playing with, little man.
Hey, mouthful. We'll see who laughs last here in just about an hour. Okay?
Oh, my gosh. Marcus, it's now the floor belongs to you and to Kelly. An intro worthy of Mr. Bagwell, huh? Decent intro?
absolutely incredible, bro. I mean, the stuff you come up with is so great. It's not even, I mean, I couldn't talk about myself better than that.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friend, you're going to do more than
Somebody's
talk.
gotta
You're going
make
to
you
debate,
look good.
and you're going to let the masses know that Mr. Bagwell, guys and gals, has more checks to really. He's got all these different checks, guys and gals. These boxes he's checking off day by day. I know you want to win this tournament. I'll turn it over to Kelly White in one moment. But Marcus, you've made it known that you're looking beyond this first round. It's all about the other Hall of Famers, all about the Oscar winners, all about the Pro Wrestling Hall of Famers. Anyone in this tournament, you want to get lined up against the very best. You want to reach the mountaintop. You want that $13,000 and that trip for 2 degrees. Am I right?
Kelly White is just simply a scheduled out little frame on a piece of paper that I'm getting ready to mark a line through.
Marcus Bagwell, guys and gals. Yes, Kelly, do you want to rebut before we begin? You have anything you want to say? You want to win this thing. It's about the pride and the prize. But Mr. Bagwell is looking at those who've accomplished a lot in their lives and careers, much like him. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah. Same thing that, always bit him in the ass. He's looking past the job in front of him, and I'm it.
We're going to find out.
It's more like a roadblock. Oh, don't go there, bro. Don't go there.
Job is the correct word, jobber.
Hey, let me tell you this. When the heat's on, Marcus, if you feel the need to, take a powder, brother. Feel frickin' free.
Never took a powder, brother.
Yeah,
Kelly, I would say this to you because, again, I want to be able to not withhold information to our audience. We have to be honest. All right, these aren't the Kennedy files. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, this ain't the Warren Commission. I'm going to give you the truth right now. Marcus Bagwell wanted to see if you would take a powder because those tech problems could have rattled you. You could have waved the white flag. So you're here. We give you credit for that. But there are no tech issues. There never were. And right now, you've got to show the world that you're a main event player, Kelly White.
Happy to do it.
Very good. And with that, the rules. Guys and gals, Marcus Bagwell and Kelly White will be debating. It'll be 2 out of 3 topics. If they're tied after 2 topics, it'll go to the third wild card topic. Now remember, guys, the judges' votes are worth 3 points in the back. 3 points. There are no wild card voters in the comment section tonight. Everyone's points are worth 1 to make it fair. That being said, let's also bring this up, guys. The rebuttal. When Kelly White makes a point, Marcus Bagwell at any point simply has to raise his index finger like this. I will pop up on screen, and Marcus Bagwell can rebut Kelly White. Kelly White could do the same to Marcus Bagwell. They could each rebut the other once per topic. There you go. With that being said, there'll be 10 minutes per topic. They do not have to finish or use all 10 minutes. When they are done, all they have to do is cue me back in. I'll jump back in, and I'll know that they're finished with their topic prior to the 10 minutes. If at any point it's reaching 9 minutes and 40 seconds, and there's only about 20 seconds left, I'll pull up that dreaded 20-second clock, which will indicate that they have 20 seconds to wrap things up. With that being said, look at all our viewers already, man. They are ready for this. Mr. Bagwell, Mr. White, are you guys ready to go?
Yes.
I am ready. And remember, Avi,
yes,
the J is not silent.
The J is not silent. Guys and gals, will Kelly be silenced by the man to my right, Marcus Bagwell? We'll see about that. So, guys, again, the wait is over. Months in the making. Here we go. This will be topic number 1. Topic number 1 is advice or experience. Experience is often lauded as a necessity to knowledge, overshadowing the value of advice. Both giving and receiving advice is helpful in ways that just living through the event or issue can't compete with. Still, others will champion experience as the only ticket to ultimate knowledge. Nothing else. Listening to advice is like believing something is true because you've been told it is. It doesn't matter if you believe or disbelieve something because it does not change the reality. Credible advice, life experience, when it comes to making progress and getting one step closer towards achieving our goals, is experience more valuable than the advice that we receive? Advice versus experience will be the focal points that Mr. Bagwell and Mr. White emphasize in mere moments. Marcus will go first. Marcus will make a case for why experience is more valuable for those that wish to achieve a particular goal. Kelly will then make a case for why credible advice from others is more valuable for those that wish to achieve a particular goal. Mr. Bagwell, are you ready?
I'm ready.
In a 3, in a 2, in a...
Experience over advice is so much better and so much more important. Experience is something you do and something you conquer. It's something you make. An opinion. Advice is just simply an opinion. Experience is like kindergarten to elementary school to middle school to high school, Little League baseball to state champions baseball player, street fighting to a Golden Glove state champion boxer, from rich to poor to rich again.
Experience. From massage therapy to pro wrestling, from rookie of the year to world tag team champion 5 times. From humble to cocky, from drugs to sobriety, from sobriety to church, from Playboy to the Bible. Advice is just an opinion. It's an idea. I've experienced every one of these and conquered them all by experience. Experience is the only way. Depression to happiness, from being skinny to being buff Bagwell, from paralyzed to movement. Again, experience. I've been paralyzed and now I move. Paralyzed to movement. Experience. From apartment to my mansion I built. Experience. I didn't tell the story. I ain't giving advice about building a mansion. I built a mansion. Advice is an opinion. Experience is the only way. I've given several examples. I've conquered them all. And that's why I'm buff. And that's why I'm the stuff.
Kelly has a rebuttal. Kelly, go ahead.
It's a question, Marcus. Do you know the definition of experience?
Please tell me.
Okay, I will. Seems you don't know. The definition of experience, well, it's consistent, and it escapes me. I apologize.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
We have
oh my God.
Kelly, are you ready? Are you ready for your topic? I want to read it again. Are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Make sure he's ready. Please, Avi, make sure he's ready. I got dinner on the oven.
Mr. White, guys and gals, had a rebuttal, but do you want to shoot out one last time, or are you ready to go for your topic?
No, I'll go with mine.
Guys and gals, Kelly White right now, he was going to make a case for why credible advice from others is more valuable for those that wish to achieve a particular goal. As you can see, guys and gals, sometimes it may take you 10 minutes to make a point, maybe 2 minutes. It doesn't matter. This isn't about quantity, guys and gals. Who made their point? Who spoke to you? That's how we're going to do this thing. Kelly as well. Don't worry about time. You, my friend, are ready to go, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
In a 3, in a 2, in a U.
Okay, so Marcus has gone on and on about experience, things that he's experienced, and I guess a decided lack of advice. But my question is, if experience is so great, why do we as humans inundate our lives from birth to death with advice? Advice being guidance and recommendations given in regard to prudent future actions reaching goals. The goal of walking as a baby. Now think of yourself as a parent. I'm a parent and I've been a baby. Do we just, leave our kids wander, crawl around without any kind of guidance or instruction? Do you never see a parent, or have you never picked up a baby by the arms to help them take those first few steps and to learn? You're giving them guidance. And as a toddler, we have to riddle these little people with constant guidance. We don't leave them just, again, wandering around. Do you hear guidance such as, don't put that in your mouth? Don't put your hand in there. That'll hurt. Don't wipe that on the wall. Do we not demonstrate? A demonstration is, again, offering a form of visual advice. That's what that is. So from the time we're a baby through a toddler, we're getting constant advice. It just keeps growing from there. Once these toddlers are out and about, then it's don't run into traffic. Put those lawn darts away. Those are grandpa's and they're dangerous. Don't point that gun at your sister. Now think if we did not do that. Just close your eyes for a moment and think, if you never got any advice, guidance, recommendations as a child, would you be here? Would you have all your fingers and toes? Would you have any cognizance of social norms and behavior? Just wandering around from experience to experience. Experience is practical application, observation of facts and events. There's no other input. You do it on your own. That's experience. And in America, in our day and age, that's a huge, huge misconception, the value of experience. And I'm not saying it has no value, but think of the value of actual experience, what you get out of it without the appropriate advice that goes with it. Marcus even pointed out kindergarten, grade school, middle school, high school, college, postgraduate is basically hours upon hours of guidance and recommendation regarding your goals. That's what that is. And then we get out of college. Okay, we've got out of college. You know, we got a degree. We got all this advice and education, all this advice and recommendations. And then people say, hey, get some experience. That's a tough one for a lot of people. Finally, you get a job. Okay, you've got a physics degree and you get a job at a nuclear power plant. Do you think they just go, hey, there's the stuff? No offense, Buff. Have at it. Let's say you're an airplane mechanic. Hey, there's a bunch of airplanes out there. See what's wrong and fix them. No, they train you. They give you guidance and recommendation on how to do the job, whether it's wrestling, baseball, nuclear physics, airplane mechanics, whatever it is. We can't even drive down the road or go through a day without being inundated with advice and recommendations. You say, well, what do you mean? I don't get any advice driving down the road. Really? You don't see a yield sign, a stop sign, a recommended speed limit? These are recommendations on, one, how not to get a ticket, and two, how to drive safely, how not to blow through this intersection and T-bone somebody. Driving itself. Who would take a kid who has never been behind the wheel and just slap them in the car and hope they learn from experience? How well do you think that's going to go? How long are they going to last? You know, and just some experience there, you know, don't drive drunk. There's a nice big one. That's a nice piece of a good advice. And that will get you to your goal because then you don't die or kill somebody. So the biggest thing in our society, why experience has the value tag it does, is because we are trained to discount all the advice that goes along with that experience. And to drive a fine point on this is a personal experience of mine, since Mark gave so many of his. I needed to change the front headlight in a 2010 Acadia. I'm not a mechanic. I took it to the garage. They wanted $200 and some to do it. Now, were they able to earn that $200 and some doing that because they figured it out through experience? No, they had been trained. I had not. You got something to say, Marcus?
Yes.
Poor brother.
Yes,
Bobby?
guys and gals, Marcus Bagwell has a rebuttal.
First of all, experience is the process of getting knowledge or skill from doing or seeing and feeling things without it being an opinion. Everything you've listed, even though very good things, they all come from, the advice is not where they come from. It comes from experience. Your parents taught your grandparents taught your parents how to walk because of their experience. The person you went to get your headlight fixed from, he didn't give you advice on fixing it, or it would have been fixed half-ass. He took experience from it to make the job done perfect. Advice would have been his way. He thought it would have been the best way to do it. That's not what we do in life. You don't want the possible way. You don't want to almost get there. You don't want to make it to the independent world and not make it all the way to pro wrestling. You want to make it through experience. Advice gets you only halfway there. When experience is going from somebody that gave you the thought of somebody that's been there and done that, somebody that's been poor and rich, somebody that's been in independence and made it to pro wrestling, somebody that was elementary school that made it to middle school, somebody that was a little skinny kid that turned out to be Buff Bagwell. I got those things not from advice. I got it through experience. It's a very hard topic, and you have some good examples, but the truth of the matter is you just can't do life without experience. You just can't.
Kelly White, you can respond, and you'll have 2 more minutes to wrap up as well.
Okay, in response, Buff, it's just back to rhetoric that you went through the first time. Yes, you had these experiences. Mainly, they were experiences of getting advice from other people who got advice all the way back. The cavemen, they had to learn purely through experience because there was no one there that had learned it. They stuck their hand in the fire and figured out it was hot. They fell in the water and drowned and figured out, hey, that's not a good thing to do. This is 2023. Our society is built on the shoulders of learned men all the way back to Socrates, Herodotus, and a whole slew of other scholars that studied and learned these things from prior experience, but now we don't have to. And you interrupted my story without hearing the end of it. Okay. So when I took that to the garage and they wanted $200 some to fix a headlight, I was like, nah, ain't happening.
This is it.
You know what I did? I went home. I pulled up a YouTube video. I was clueless how to change this damn light. I pulled up a YouTube video because I needed some good advice. And I watched that YouTube video and I went and bought the headlight for $17. And I followed the advice in the video and changed the headlight perfectly, based purely on advice. I had absolutely no experience. Think of all the times you've done something similar. Something's going wrong at the house. Hey, I'm going to call Dad. He knows about this stuff. You didn't go through the experience. You got advice from Dad, Uncle Fred. You pulled up a YouTube video. You pulled out a book and studied it. Experience is just practicing the good advice that we get. And when we ignore good advice, we have things like drunk driving crashes, burnt down houses, things such as this. So in a nutshell, experience has its value. But if you take the advice out of the equation, it diminishes so much that based on wandering around just attempting to get experiences, half the humans today would be dead within a week. And with that, I rest my case.
Guys, that's round number one. Our judges will be voting, and so will you. Because remember, guys, you are the engine that makes this entire thing go, as you know. And guys, again, all you have to do is go to thenewNetwork.com. That's www.thekenetwork. That is the new network. Who knew? We knew, and so do you. 60-plus shows, guys and gals, across the board. But this right now is a hot and heavy affair between Mr. Marcus Bagwell and Mr. Kelly White. Topic number one, guys and gals, experience versus advice. Who do you think won this round? We'll find out right now. Before I bring in the judges, Marcus, impressed by Kelly's debate?
I was. I mean, it's you know, this is a tough topic. It just really is. I mean, advice is something that's important, but experience is just something that I think gets you all the way there. I feel like advice is going to give you halfway there, and experience is going to get you all the way there. I succeeded in life from experience, not from advice.
Kelly?
You asking me the same question, or am I addressing Marcus?
Since I mentioned your name and I didn't ask a question that's different than the first, it would be the same question, yes.
Okay. Not particularly. Okay. I mean, he makes the common point that experience, the built-in advice that goes with it, is negligible. And I think I made a very good point that without the advice to go along with it, and maybe the experience to finish up, you're never going to really get started. You're going to lose limbs and lose your life trying to get the experience if you don't have the good advice. I will say this. Marcus talked a little bit about his personal journey. I am impressed with that. And that's I'm going to leave it there.
Guys,
and again, for Kelly, he did a great job, but it also matters, you know, who the advice is coming from. Sure. For example, if I'm trying to be a pro wrestler, would you go to Kelly White for his advice, or would you go to Marcus Bagwell for his experience? That's not a jab. It's just an example of, like in baseball, would you go to, you know, somebody that's experienced the World Series or somebody that experienced being on a hell of a team? I would go with, you know, somebody that's experienced the World Series instead of somebody that's going to tell you some advice about how to get there. I just believe in this case, it's again a tough category, but experience just speaks volume, especially from who it's coming from. In this situation, advice coming from, you know, Kelly White maybe isn't the advice I would want on something like this. I would maybe some advice coming from, you know, of whatever topic it may be. But like I said, in the pro wrestling world, you know, I made it a little further than Kelly. So in that situation, you'd ask me from my experience. But advice is good, of course. It's just not the best. Experience is the best.
Great points from Mr. Bagwell and Kelly White. My state of elation is at its zenith because this matchup has already lived up to the hype, and we still have maybe two more rounds. Definitely won. Let's bring in our judges and find out who they think won. Judges in the back, your points are worth 3. We bring in Eric Herron first.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the green room. Marcus, it's good to see you. Kelly, you as well. I like this debate. I really do. Avi, kudos for the topic. Kelly, I have to be honest. Your initial attempt at rebutting almost lost this for you right off the bat. I have to be honest with you there. Mr. Bagwell, I do agree with you. Experience is the best teacher. I think you made a profound case in your argument that experience is always going to be the better teacher. Mr. White, a lot of the things that you are considering to be advice, I took a little issue with, because a stop sign, sir, is not advice. That's the law. I mean, that's concrete. That's not advice. I can't help but say that Marcus Bagwell won this round because, like I said, experience will always be the better teacher. Mr. Bagwell.
Eric Heron, guys, votes for Marcus Bagwell. He will also tally the points in the back. That's 3 points. Judges' points are worth 3. 3 for Mr. Bagwell right off the bat. Let's bring in Pete Sharpie. Pete, who are you voting for and why?
Kelly, Mr. Bagwell, my senior here tonight. Okay, you both brought up some interesting things. Mr. Bagwell, you said experience is something you conquer. And Kelly, you said advice as guidance for future actions. But that would lead towards experience. So experience is how you conquer failures. So my vote's going to go to Mr. Bagwell.
Very good, Pete. Very good. So right now, and I say very good because Pete Sharpie's not been here in the green room for quite some time. And we'll talk up to him a little bit later about where he's been a bit after this match. Guys and gals, it's 6-0 right now in favor of Mr. Bagwell. Let's bring in Joe Rositano and see which way he goes and why.
Good evening, gentlemen. My vote goes to Kelly White. Experience is something that you need to have, but to get to the place where you need to be, sometimes you need to actually ask advice from certain people who are in the know for that experience. If you're able to work in an environment where it's just where everyone has that immediate experience, that's amazing, but not everybody works with that. And that's why you need the advice to be received and then put into action to gain that experience later where that will matter. My vote goes to Kelly White.
It's 6-3 right now, guys and gals, in this opening round of this particular matchup between Marcus Buff Bagwell and Kelly White. Guys, remember, this is only round number 1. We still have 5 mystery people from the world of film, TV, sports, music, theater, pro wrestling, of course. The Green Roomers themselves in this round number 1, in this tournament. Round number 1 concludes in August. Round number 2 begins in the fall. One of these men will advance to round number 2 tonight. Before we continue, Kelly, very briefly, how badly do you want to win this thing?
Dude, this is my focus since damn near the beginning of the year. You know, I've been eating, breathing, drinking the whole damn thing because the pride and the prize, that's the job in front of me. That's the ultimate. That's the platter in the sky. Marcus, unfortunately, today just had to be that thing between it. So my focus shifted to him, but I know exactly where I'm going. This is everything.
Kelly's thoughts as it pertains to this tournament. Marcus Bagwell, do you concur?
The new network, man, TKN is the place to be for so many reasons right now. So when this opportunity first came in front of me, I had to push several things to the side to make this my number one, my number one venture. And that's exactly what I'm going to make it. When I set it to that, Kelly White, again, just happened to be in a little column that just I'm putting a checkbox in. Nothing against him. It just happens to be the next move in front of me.
Marcus Bagwell and Kelly White, guys. Intensity, honesty as well. Let's bring in Giselle, Kate. Let's see who she votes for and why.
Good evening. Mr. Bagwell, you brought up a lot of examples from your life, but I don't know how those examples of experience helped you become you. You just stated what they were. Mr. White, I like how you defined advice in different ways and gave us different ways to think about it with guidance, demonstration, and recommendations. My vote is for Mr. White.
Guys and gals, Giselle votes for Mr. White right now. So if I look back, we have 6-all. It's 6-all right now. Let's bring in Mr. Collado, see who he votes for and why. Howard, I'm going to bring you in right now, if you don't mind.
Well, I was really focused on Mr. White's rebuttal, and he kind of fell a little short on that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what Buff had said about the power of experience and also relaying how that also was connected to his own personal journey for me is what really brought it home for me. So my vote's going to go with Mr. Bagwell.
Howard votes for Mr. Bagwell right now, guys and gals. Of course, now that is another 3 points. So it is 9-6, Eric. 9-6, I believe, yes. Now we turn it over to all of you, guys and gals. Eric, if you could type that in there, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Guys, now we turn it over to you to see who won this round. Miranda is voting right now. Her first vote, let's see, goes to Buff Bagwell all the way. So Mr. Bagwell gets another vote. Miranda votes for Marcus Buff Bagwell. Sean Stasiak. Love Marcus's personal story and experiences shared. Personalized it well and has a great stance on topic. Kelly, I have to agree with, as experiences most of the time are guided or influenced from various sources or advice. Kelly gets my vote by a very slim margin for this round. Both gentlemen had very strong points and a very tough topic. Both advice and life experience really go hand in hand. Thorough, detailed thoughts there from Sean Stasiak. One more point for Kelly White. Okay, Jeff. Excellent debate. I was back and forth on this one. Kelly was strong, but Buff's rebuttal pulled me back. My vote is for Buff. Another point for Mr. Bagwell. Jester Gambit from YouTube votes Mr. Bagwell. Okay, that's another point for Buff Bagwell. Stella votes for Buff Bagwell. Another point for Bagwell. Lauren Brazos both had some points, but my vote is for Buff Bagwell. Julie votes for Kelly White. Kelly gets a point from Julie. Mindy, I vote for Buff. He sold me with a rebuttal. Rebuttals are very important, guys and gals, as you can see. Christopher says both men had made great arguments. Marcus made great points of how experience is critical, but I believe that Kelly made the better argument. As without advice, the experience has no foundation. Who are you voting for, though? Did not see your vote. More. Gus says, I agree with the points of experience, putting this one slightly in Buff's favor. I have to give round one to Mr. Bagwell. Gus votes for Buff Bagwell. It is 16-9 in favor of Buff Bagwell in this round, in case you are keeping score or would like to keep score. Let's scroll up here. We're doing this live, guys. Again, we appreciate you. We offer every genre under the sun, 145 straight episodes without missing a beat. Who gives you that? Julie Hall, you get advice. For those who are experienced, in my opinion, vote goes to Buff Bagwell. Julie Hall votes for Buff. Chad T-Can Superfan, I have to give this round to Marcus. I believe you need experience to give advice, or how do you know you give your advice you give is good or helpful? But you did make great points, Kelly. So another point for Mr. Buff Bagwell. Riambra Geis, even going to Marcus for his experience, the only thing I can't even, you haven't voted for anybody. You guys got to put in votes at the end of your points, please. Let us know who you're voting for to make it official. We have some more over here, guys and gals. Heidi votes for Kelly White. Kelly gets another point. Okay, you got to let us know at the end who you're voting for. Christopher says Kelly. Okay, another point goes for Kelly. And Riambra, there you go. Now you voted for Kelly. Okay. All right. We are at 18-12. 18-12. Brian Last has a vote. Kelly J. White. They go hand in hand, but you need advice to start your path. So another point for Kelly White. John Red says vote goes to Kelly White in this round. And Aaron Freedom votes for Kelly as well. 2 more points. So Kelly making a comeback at 18-15. Mr. Bagwell is still up by 3. Mindy Froley says Kelly had a bit of a rough start, but killed it during his argument. My vote goes to Kelly. WWE White Rabbit votes for Kelly. So 2 more points for Kelly White. Buff is still in the lead, guys and gals. He is still in the lead. Hauser votes for Mr. Bagwell. So another point for Mr. Bagwell. Kara J votes for Buff. 2 more points for Mr. Bagwell. It is 19-17. As you can see, Kelly and Marcus looking on intently to see your votes. Where else can your votes dictate the outcome of any match? Nowhere else but here, guys. I'm going to start counting down. I think we got everybody's. If there's some more, I'll definitely bring them up.
I think that was 20.
Let me see. It is 20-17. 20-17. And you're right. Mark Maddox votes for Kelly White to make it 20-18. 10, 9, 8. Cheryl Riley votes for Kelly. But Kimberly Herron votes for Buff. So back and forth we go. Bit of a wash right there. 1 for Kelly, 1 for Mr. Bagwell. It is 21-19. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Marcus Bagwell wins topic number 1 of the night. Topic number 1. If he wins the next one, it is over. It is a sweep. Kelly has to win this one to survive. Bubba Brewer, it's okay. You can watch this topic. Victor Santiago just tuning in. All right, no problem. All right there, guys and gals. Wayne, even if I count your vote for Kelly White, it would still be 21-20. So Kelly did lose this first round. Hey, Mr. Bagwell, do you feel like Kelly White is going to shock the world tonight?
Man, I mean, he did a great job. I mean, that's a very tough topic, man. I mean, advice over experience. I mean, it's really hard. I found a little niche I thought I could kind of go with experience, but the more I think about it, I mean, every person that even gives advice has got to get it finally goes to experience for you to get the best outcome out of it. It's just a very tough topic.
And you told me you're looking for some of those big dogs we have in this tournament, the Oscar winners, the Hall of Famers. You're eyeing some of the big boys out there because you yourself have reached a level of success. You're looking forward to round number 2 and seeing who you might draw if you win this, right?
I was looking at McMahon the other day, Jim McMahon.
He's in round 2. He made it last week, guys. He and Rick Barry made it to round 2, yeah. And there's so many more guys. Kelly White, again, you seem a bit rattled. Am I right? Is Mr. Bagwell getting to you now without the mind games? Without the mind games, is he getting to you? Honestly.
Let's say I'm a little bit surprised, but I am
a little bit surprised. Thank you for the nice comments, Mr. Santiago. You're the man. Appreciate the nice compliment, guys. This, again, the green room, this was a tight debate. You're looking at 2 talented debaters. Now, guys and girls, we'll switch it up. Kelly will go first. Marcus will go second. Marcus can still rebut Kelly at any point by raising his index finger. That's all he has to do. Rebuttals are important. Comebacks. Kelly will need a comeback, guys and gals. Kelly will need one to come back and tie this. And that is the topic that we will discuss. Comebacks. Within every athlete is a competitive fire that can only be extinguished by the wear and tear of a lengthy career. And the uncertainty of it all in this industry of sports, eventual retirement may be the one certainty. A comeback can be filled with triumphant moments and the fulfillment of a career once abandoned due to many possible factors. Sometimes, though, the heat of nature remains, even if the athletic skill is diminished. While comebacks can be memorable, even historic, sometimes they can be disastrous. A comeback isn't a comeback unless the person coming back is all in, for better or worse. Maintaining one's legacy or scratching an itch that might be permanent, unless it's addressed. Let's explore that a bit further. Kelly will make a case for why an athlete should leave well enough alone and not attempt to come back after retirement. And then when Kelly is finished, Marcus will make a case for why an athlete should never think twice about coming back when they feel so inclined. Kelly, are you ready?
I'm ready.
In a 3, in a 2, in a U.
Okay, so we're talking about professional athletes. When they retire, should they make the comeback? And I say no. I recently retired myself. I retired April 29th, 2023 after 31 years. I retired for a damn good reason. Since then, I've had 3 knee surgeries. It adds up. The wear, the tear, and you get to a point in these sports careers where it's not too long before people are going to start saying, wow, they just aren't what they used to be. And a smart athlete doesn't want to hear that. You want to take the big bow before you reach that point. And when we think about it, I'm big on definitions. So let's talk about the definition of a comeback. It is when it is the return of a well-known person, typically an athlete or entertainer, to the activities for which they were known to be successful. Now, the well-known part, I don't know if I agree with that. Why can't the common man, have a comeback? If Uncle Fred worked 40 years at the plant, retired at 62, finds out he can't make ends meet and goes back at 63. That's just old Uncle Fred going back to work. Why can't that be a comeback for Uncle Fred? But anyway, I digress. So athletes, after retirement, should they come back? I looked into this. There are a lot of comeback stories. The odd part with a lot of them are they're about athletes that did not retire. They didn't actually leave the sport. You can't return if you didn't leave. I'm talking about people like Tiger Woods, Brett Favre, Andre Agassi, these guys, Michael Vick. These guys did not retire. They went to jail. They got hooked on meth, got divorces, got rehab, did a lot of booze, got old, needed rehab, went into a slump, became a sex addict. They didn't retire from the sport. Those are not actually comebacks, even though these are flouted to be comebacks. Let's look at some actual athletic comebacks. A name synonymous with tennis, Bjorn Borg. 70s and 80s, this man was one of the biggest stars in professional tennis. 1983, I retire, ripe old age of 26, hung it up, left a legacy career. People were talking about him for years and years later. But years and years later, In 1993, Bjorn decided he needed to do a comeback. So to pomp, circumstance, and hoopla, here comes Bjorn with his old wooden racket in 1993 and does not make a blip on the tennis radar that year. He had a legacy, and he decided with this notion to tarnish it. I mean, that wasn't his intention, but this is why when he retired, he should have stayed retired. He put 10 years between retirement and coming back. Now, did he train up? I'm sure he tried, and he thought he was good to go. Reality proved him very wrong, and he tarnished that legacy that he built. Let's look at Mark Spitz, Olympic swimmer. He won 4 medals in the 1968 Olympic Games, went on in 1972 to win 7 more. He was the record holder in swim medals until 2006 when Michael Phelps took that spot. But in 1972, he retired at the age of 22. 22 years old, 2 Olympics, 11 total medals. He retired, and I'm sure he had good reason. But for whatever, 18 years later, he decides, I'm doing a comeback. Again, pomp, circumstance, hoopla. Some rich, I think, publisher offered him $1 million if he could qualify for this Olympic swim team that year. Guess what? He didn't. He didn't do diddly squat, and he faded back into obscurity, again, tarnishing a huge legacy that he had laid before. There was absolutely no reason for him to try to make a comeback at that point. Let's look at somebody else. Let's look at Jim Palmer. A couple of decades with the Orioles, had 4 Golden Glove Awards, 3 Cy Young Awards, 3 World Series championships. This was a storybook career. And he retired to accolades and applause. Put that gold plaque up there. Put him in the Hall of Fame. He was good to go. He didn't have to lift a finger. Retired in 1984, but in 1991, guess what? Jim Palmer thought he needed to make a comeback. And again, pomp, circumstance, hoopla, headlines, Jim Palmer's coming back. The comeback lasted less than 24 hours. He knew he was old and done and went back in embarrassment and again laid tarnishment on a legacy that was legitimately built during the prime of his career. Let's talk about the greatest of all time. One of my favorites, Muhammad Ali. This man practically invented smack talk, had one of the most storied careers in boxing history. And in 1979, he announced his retirement match against Leon Spinks, the man who earlier had taken away his heavyweight title. I think the odds were about even on this, maybe leaning a little bit towards Leon Spinks, but they had the fight. Muhammad Ali won. He won the fight, and he won the world heavyweight title for the 3rd time. He was the first boxer in history to wear that belt 3 times. This was a fairy tale ending. Again, carve it in gold, put it on the Mount Rushmore of sports. There was nothing left to say or do. But less than a year later, Ali thought he needed to have a comeback. I don't know whose bad advice that was, but here's the experience that he got. He fought Larry Holmes and couldn't get out of his chair after 10 rounds of a 15-round fight. Later that year, he lost a middling decision to a middling boxer named Trevor Berbick, and that was it. He faded into obscurity. And unfortunately, the only thing he really accomplished was taking another 200 to 300 shots to the head that we all saw the tragic side effects of that. He did nothing for his legacy. So going back to myself and any other athlete that still has some sense, play it out. Play till you're done. But when you're done, stay done. Keep your legacy intact. I know to Marcus Bagwell, I'm not a big deal, but to other people I am. I've got plaques and trophies and belts and crap too. And I created that legacy. And with my bad knees, 55 years old, I am not stepping back in the ring and embarrassing my legacy. I know to leave well enough alone. And I believe all the other athletes should know the same. I rest my case.
Mr. Bagwell, is there a rebuttal?
No.
Guys and gals, Mr. Bagwell will go next. He will make a case for why an athlete should never think twice about coming back when they feel so inclined. You ready to go?
I'm ready.
In a 3, in a 2, in a...
First of all, congratulations on the comeback. fighting against the comeback explanation. Really, really done well. Really did your homework. Fantastic job. Again, a very tough topic, man. Comebacks are, you know, you look at the names you listed over and over, Brett Favre to Michael Vick's to Tiger Woods, is that to even Ali, you know, coming back. There's good part of them, good part of the stories, but ultimately, was it victorious? I mean, there's just not many cases where that happened. There's, for me to argue the points of all the people that did come back, even if I argued them, they would be 50-50. It would be like a tie. And so it wouldn't make the comebacks victorious. So what I'm going to explain about comebacks is something different. Instead of naming names, I'm going to explain what a comeback is and what it's for. It's for pride. It's for history books. It's to go further than anybody ever went before. You know, by everybody in the United States, everybody in the world loves a comeback story. Rocky is one of the best movies in the entire world because it's a comeback. It's a comeback story. You know, I love comeback stories because of mine. If you know, for me breaking my neck in the ring, lying paralyzed where the world can see, Google Buff Bagwell broken neck, April 22nd, 1998, Columbia, South Carolina, paralyzed in the ring. Well, I could have easily hung up my boots and said, I'm paralyzed. Kind of like you said, Kelly, I got bad knees and you're 55. Well, I've been paralyzed and I got a broke neck and I kept going, you know, and that could have easily been Bagwell should have stayed out, man. He broke his neck. I knew he shouldn't have came back. So that dedication, that focus, that determination it takes for all the fans to see you come back, that's where the real love is. That's where the real passion is. That's the stuff that gives you the chill bumps and the excitement to know that you bit off, you know, that chance to fall flat on your face, but you overrode it, man, and you got to the top again. And it's just nobody in that position of like a Brett Favre, for example. Why would he possibly want to come out of retirement when he had all the record books and did everything he's supposed to do? And he could have just left it alone. You know, Joe Montana's the whole 9 yards, but they did. And I think there's a lot of respect with that. There's much more respect than just retiring and staying out. There's no shame with that, but there's just another victory to be had. And from a pro athlete, only they can realize that. It's something that comes from inside. Again, it takes class. It takes so much to make a true comeback happen. And it's just so, you got everything to lose. You got so much to lose, but gosh, you got so much more to gain. It's a comeback is successful. Comebacks should be number one. Comebacks are the best.
Kelly has a rebuttal.
I do. Marcus, I appreciate your passion on this, but you've not described a comeback as we are discussing at this point, because Joe Montana, Brett Favre have not come back since they retired. You yourself had an injury at a rather young age and had to take time away, just like Michael Vick had to go to jail, just like Andre Agassi had to get off meth, but you didn't retire and come back. I fully understand what you mean. You think at 31 years I didn't have some injuries? I had a blown back, several broken ribs, and it was just some time off. You know, I came back, but I retired, and that's that. So the only thing I can say is you have not yet described an actual comeback as we are talking about.
Mr. Bagwell now. Mr. Bagwell.
You don't got to retire to have a comeback, Kelly. I mean, just because you're retired doesn't mean a comeback. You could have been, a comeback can be a person that, you know, like me, that was paralyzed in the ring and should have retired. And he got back in shape. I mean, I lost 50 pounds. I was paralyzed. I had a physical therapy and 3 neck surgeries and fusions in my neck. That's a comeback story. They don't got to be a retired ball player or retired band member, rock star to have a comeback story. It's nothing to do with being retired. A comeback has to do with, again, focus, determination, exhilaration, to, you know, just the utmost focus to make that comeback happen. And nobody's going to hand it to you. I mean, I could have easily, Buff Bagwell could have said, hey man,
I was paralyzed. Nobody in their right mind would go back into the ring. But for me to make the comeback story of coming back from being paralyzed, that's a comeback. It's got nothing to do with being retired. A comeback can be any kind of comeback for yourself. And a comeback can be from, you before you retired, coming back from a bad car wreck. It's called a comeback. It ain't got to be somebody that's retired. It's just what everybody's shooting for. Everybody loves a comeback story. I mean, to everybody. And just the fans and everything with ball, wrestling, with boxing, with any sport, everybody loves a great comeback. And again, it ain't got to be being retired. It's got to be more with just somebody that's been down and out, and they're just somebody that was paralyzed. I mean, not just me, anybody. When Christopher Reeves, was paralyzed before he passed away, and he was going back out to schools and talking. That is a great comeback story from him being completely paralyzed. And then he goes to schools and talks. That's a great comeback story in itself. He didn't make it all the way back, but it's better than him just laying out and not being in the limelight again. He still kept going, kept pushing. That's a great comeback story. But Rocky is not the number one movie in the world for any reason except everybody loves the comeback kid, the comeback story.
Marcus Bagwell, guys and gals, and Kelly White. Comeback. Will Kelly White make a comeback? We don't know. If Marcus does win this round, he will advance officially to round number 2 of the star-studded Celebrity Grand Debate Tournament. You saw some of those big names still to come as well in this field. It only gets harder, only gets tougher. That's what it's all about. So, with that, Eric Heron, I will bring you in right now to vote. All the judges' points are worth 3 to remind the masses yet again. Eric, who do you vote for and why?
Oh, boys, you guys make my life difficult. So I'll just cut right to the chase. Marcus, you hit the nail on the head. You both did, really. But a comeback doesn't just mean a retired athlete. Injuries. Look at Edge. Look at Buff. Broken necks. And they came back when most people said you shouldn't. The comeback, it's for pride. It's for yourself. It's for love of the game. I got to go with Mark Bagwell on this.
Eric Heron, guys, goes for Mr. Marcus Bagwell, which means he's up 3-0 already. He set it back to 0 for this round. It is 3-0 in favor of Mr. Bagwell. Let's bring in Giselle. Kate Hart, who do you vote for and why?
This one is a bit more difficult. Kelly, I appreciate how you gave numerous examples of people from different athletics, and that really helped your cause. You also spoke of how it tarnishes your legacy when there is a failed comeback. That was your main point through all of that. Mr. Bagwell, you spoke of how the comeback is for the pride and to go further and how it takes dedication and focus, but I'm not sure why an athlete shouldn't think twice about it, especially if they're plagued with injuries or have personal situations going on that field may be progressing. Kelly was just a tad bit stronger, so I'm giving my vote to Kelly.
It's 3-3 right now, guys. 3-3. Let's bring in Pete.
All right. This actually was tough. All my notes here, out the door, but you both brought up really good points. Okay. For the not coming back, you got to let other talents rise, of course. You want to leave on a high note. And who wants to see a constant Billy Joel, never-ending retirement concert at the Garden? No one does. But it's not all about retirement. And Marcus kind of made a great point that everyone loves a comeback hit. When I'm not like a wrestling buff or anything like that, but when Edge came back, others came back, you saw the emotions on fans' faces. And it's not a retirement. That's a comeback, and people love comeback stories. That's just fact. So my vote's going to Buff Bagwell.
Marcus Buff Bagwell, guys and gals, has 6 points to Kelly's 3. In the lead again. Remember, guys, you can start voting in the comment section. Kelly, you have a question?
Could you read my question or my topic again? As you have it out loud.
You're going to make a case for why an athlete should leave, or you did make a case for why an athlete should leave well enough alone and not attempt to come back after retirement.
Yeah, retirement. Just want to make that clear.
Okay. Guys and gals, we're going to turn it over now to the rest of our judges. You guys and gals in the comment section can vote as well. Jenny Santana, hello, I see you down there as well. She was one of my opponents in round number 1, along with Mark Henry. She's watching. Ed Hauser, been with us for a while. You guys are the engine. Thank you again. 7-figure views when you count up all 51 group pages that we are on streaming live right now, currently, and for 145 episodes, you guys have been, again, the engine that makes this entire show go, as you know. So, with that, let's bring in Joe Rositano.
So for me, my vote does go to Marcus, specifically in this range, because in bringing up retirement, as much as you can be retired when you do make a comeback, and that makes it even more powerful. A comeback can also be a situation that happens when you aren't in that situation, where you currently are in a state where you are unable to physically get to that point. So it's the determination that pushes you, and it's not just winning mentality, it's physically what you need to push through to make yourself work. My vote goes to Marcus.
Okay, another 3 points there now for Mr. Bagwell. So right now we are at 9-3 in favor of Marcus Bagwell. Let's bring in Howard Collado and see who he votes for and why.
This one feels like a Rocky fight, by the way. My vote is going to go for Mr. Kelly. The reason being is, well, first of all, Marcus, your take on talking about the motivation behind a comeback was a really interesting take, and I was there with you. But Mr. Kelly provided a lot of examples, but not only that, he also provided the consequences of what happened to someone's legacy as a result of coming back. And really the cherry on top was actually both men agreed with each other. You know, anyone can make a comeback, and that really spoke to me. So my vote goes to Kelly.
Got your vote there. Okay, guys and gals, right now we are at 9-6 in favor of Marcus Bagwell. Let's see how this thing rolls. Let's bring in everyone right now in the comment section who is voting. Okay, I'm going to mention all your votes right now momentarily. Give me a moment. Sean, both gentlemen, again, had a great, amazing talking points and agree with both. But I personally relate to the comeback as myself have a specific piece of WWE history that has yet to been reached. First father-son duo to share WWE Championship, and all about comebacks in life. I'm personally in one now, and it really all depends on the person/athlete. Some should hang it up, but others still have some left in the tank, and everyone loves a good comeback story. Marcus gets my vote for round 2. Sean Stasiak votes for Marcus Bagwell. Another point for Marcus Bagwell. More coming down the pike. Victor, I vote for Marcus because a comeback can mean anything, okay? Here we go. Riambra Geis votes for Kelly White. And Jaleesa votes for Kelly White. And Johnny McKinney votes for Kelly White. So that's 3 more for Kelly. I believe we're at 11-9, if I'm not mistaken. 11-9, yes. Okay. John Senior votes for Kelly White to make it 11-10. All right. Cheryl Riley votes for Kelly, so that's 11-11. Aaron Freedom. Can't believe judges' votes are worth so much when they clearly didn't pay attention to the topic, retirement. That's your opinion, Aaron. That is your opinion. But you do vote for Kelly, and we'll count that vote. We count every vote. Christopher says, this was tough, but my vote goes to Kelly, and Julie votes for Kelly as well. Kelly White is in the lead right now. It's 14-11. Jeff Reeder votes for Marcus Bagwell. As a fan, yes, don't come back. Retire on top. But Buff sold me on his point that they do it for what's deep down inside, and only they can understand that. Buff gets my vote on this one. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. As I scroll up. Heidi Sims White. Kelly has my vote. He debated the topic he was given. Okay, so another point for Kelly White. Chad, I have to vote for Kelly on this one. I love all of Buff's points, but a comeback can be costly in the end. I think you retire for a reason. Probably because your body knows before your brain. Again, detail-oriented comments from our viewers. We appreciate all of you wholeheartedly. As I scroll up for more comments, let's see who else we have. Did not see Bubba Brewers yet. A few others as well. Okay. Some more live votes coming down the pike here. Bubba says, comeback is more than sports, but honestly, the Reeves spot put Buff over and was passionate about his own comeback. My vote is for Buff. Speaking of Christopher Reeves, when Mr. Bagwell brought him up as well, when he was making his argument. Julie says my vote goes for Buff Bagwell on this one. 2 straight for Marcus Bagwell. 2 straight for Marcus Bagwell. It is 16-14 in favor of Kelly. This thing's close. This thing is real close. Keep pulling this stuff up, see what we got. Davis says Bagwell gets the nod and the vote. And Hauser says Mr. Marcus gets my vote. 2 more for Marcus Bagwell. So right now it is 16-all. We're tied. Julie Hall is voting, and she votes for Kelly White. This was tough. Both had great points. Going to vote for Kelly. Lauren says both men made great arguments, but my vote goes to Kelly. Mindy Froley. Kelly was on point and focused. Kelly was able to ignore and power through and make his points. I vote for Kelly. Okay. So more points for Kelly White here on this round. Gus, I did count yours. Yes. Counting everyone's that I see right here, guys. On a lot of pages. And that's a good problem to have. We're not complaining. But I am doing this live, so bear with me. Brian Last says vote for Kelly White. Okay. Are there more votes, guys? Let's see if there are more. Jester Gambit votes for Bagwell. Mr. Bagwell. Okay. So that is another vote for Marcus Bagwell. Will it go to a third topic, or will Marcus Bagwell sweep Kelly White and move on officially to round number 2? We shall see. Is a third topic imminent? We don't know. Kelly White has my vote, according to Michaela. Okay. Guys, right now, it is 20 to 17. 20 to 17. Anybody's game right now. Anybody's game. Kelly's only up by 3. This is close, without question. Extremely close, guys. This is very, very close. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I'll start counting down in a few minutes if I don't see any more votes, guys and gals. Let's see. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7,
What's the next
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are tied at 1. We are tied at 1. It's going to go down to this topic and only this topic, guys and gals. Sudden death is about to begin. One last topic. I'm going to read it right now. I'm going to read this topic right now. Bob, Mr. Bagwell, heads or tails?
Tails never fails.
It is tails. Do you want to go first on this topic or last?
Last.
Last. Kelly White, I'm going to read this to you right now. Guys, this is it. This is it. Stay alert. You're not voting for your favorite. You're not voting for your favorite topic. Who convinced you? Who made the better argument? That's what we're going to do right now. Marcus, are you both excited and in anticipation for this final topic?
Absolutely.
Focus.
Kelly? Laser focused. I see that, guys. Both are laser focused, there's no doubt. So I'm going to read the final topic right now in front of our live audience, guys, and for Kelly and Bagwell, and, of course, for our judges in the back. Too much info. TMI. The modern age of popular entertainment making is characterized by a new evolution of the entertainment audience. More and more fans are becoming self-taught and opinionated of the entertainment franchises they so love. Through the use of internet, fans are attempting to get close to the action regarding their favorite movies, television shows, sports franchises, pro wrestlers, video games, so on and so forth. But is attention paid to the audience's expectations during the creative process? Should a creator be completely free to do as he or she pleases? Or should a creator listen to the audience and create something that will most likely be successful? Kelly will make a case for why audiences should be able to influence creative and or business decisions made by studios, teams, artists, brands, and corporations. And when Kelly's finished in this final topic, Marcus will make a case for why audiences should never dictate the creative and or business decisions of a studio, team, artist, brand, or corporation. Judges in the back are ready. Audience is ready. Thank you so much. An excellent topic indeed. And we'll see right now, guys and gals, who will win this whole shebang and move on to round number 2. Kelly, are you ready to go?
I am ready.
In a 3, in a 2, in a U.
Okay, so this one's pretty cut and dried. Should studios, teams, brands, corporations, should they be influenced by the people that purchase their product? This doesn't need a definition. It's self-explanatory. They are selling a product, service, entertainment. They're selling something to these people. It's a no-brainer that they have to know what these people think about it so that they can improve it, meet their needs with whatever it is. Shows all the time. What is it? Nielsen. I don't know how many things I've got in the mail for Nielsen. Hey, what do you watch? What do you do? Do you watch this? Fill it out. Get $3 whole freaking dollars. It's amazing. I've gotten it several times and I've filled it out for the entire family. You know why? Because these studios want to know. Why do studios during pilot season pull people in and watch all these pilots to determine out of the 1,000 which 5 are they going to keep? Why don't they just make the decision themselves if the thoughts of the people that are going to be watching it, i.e. purchasing it in some fashion, matter. It matters because they're going to be the ones dictating the success of whatever is selling it. It's a corporation, whether it's a brand, whether it's a sports team, whether it's a movie, a TV show, a podcast. Avi even says here, you guys out there are the engine that makes this thing go. If we just totally ignored anything you wanted, would you be here? I wouldn't. And look at all the money. You know, I mentioned the Nielsen survey, but look at everywhere you go. Has anybody ever been a member of a secret shopper program? That is the business wanting to know how people are treated when they go in the store to improve that customer experience. They are listening to the masses, to the people. They're getting that feedback. They're begging for that feedback. They are literally paying billions and billions of dollars across the economy to get this knowledge from the masses. They beg for it. Surveys. I get surveys, I don't know, probably 10 a week in my email. Hey, take this survey, take that. You know what a survey is? It's asking people what they think about a product, service, situation, because somebody's making a buck on it. If somebody doesn't want to make a buck, they want to work in a vacuum, they want a right to relieve the stress in their heart, that's fine. But it's a crapshoot at being successful. So my point is, for anybody that wants to be successful, any artist, any studio, any corporation, store, brand, artist, craftsman, they need to know what the people think. They need to take what the people think and use that to mold what they're putting out to be appealing. Now, Marcus, I'm thinking ahead here. He's probably going to say, well, you can't do that in the wrestling business. You can't give people what they want. No, but you got to know what they want so you can give them what they need. That is exactly it. Roman Reigns was a champion for God knows how many days. Bored me to frickin' tears, but I guarantee WWE had their finger on the dang pulse to see what people wanted and was able to give them what they needed. They kept him in that position to bring people in, to put them in seats and buy tickets. My personal experience, I've worked for 3 major corporations. And something all of them use, it's called NPS. It's a Net Promoter Score survey. It's a 1 to 10 survey on their overall experience with the product or service. Companies pay out the wazoo for this, and companies hold people at all levels accountable based on this. It's the only fair thing about this is it's not fair. It's unfair to everybody. But 3 major corporations, 2 of them, Expedia and Optimum. These are huge freaking companies. Right now, the company I work for, I'm not afraid to say, is Clayton. They're the biggest builder in the U.S. They do it. This has been around for years. Why, if there was no value in people's opinion, i.e. to influence products, services, artistry, the audience influencing this, why would these artists, companies, everything across the board pay literally billions and billions of dollars to have this information? And no, I'm not saying, you know, because one guy said he wants all these in pink, they're going to do it. But, you know, they're going to look at the majority of opinions on what's going on, and they're going to slightly alter these things, this myriad of goods and services to reflect what the masses want, because the product has to be appealing. If products didn't have to be appealing, everything would be in a brown or white box, can, or bag, and nobody would care about the damn packaging. So in a nutshell, to wrap this up, any artist, sports team, brand, corporation, store, craftsman, et cetera, that wants to be successful had better be influenced by their customer base, or they will not. I rest my case.
Kelly White is done, guys and gals. Mr. Bagwell will go next. I'm going to read the topic, guys. And again, this is the final topic of this incredible first-round matchup between Marcus Buff Bagwell and Kelly White. Your votes, guys and gals, hold your votes, because, again, Marcus is about to make his point. Marcus, guys and gals, will make a case for why audiences should never dictate the creative or business decisions of a studio, a team, an artist, a brand, or a corporation. Mr. Bagwell, are you ready?
Yes.
In a 3, in a 2, in a U.
Again, this topic comes back to advice over experience. It really does. And again, with the fans being involved in this, you got to realize
there's just no way that, like, Eric Bischoff at WCW, there's no way he can allow all the fans to put in their creativity, to add thoughts and to make certain suggestions. If they did, it would be a complete madhouse. There would be no way to really keep up with it. It would be too hard to go off what Eric was trying to do if he listened to the fans on creativity. It would be just a madhouse. If with companies, you have meetings, you have round tables, we call them, and you sit there and you ask for people's advice to help out and stuff as far as creativity, but really you can't do that because there's too many Indians and not enough chiefs. There's got to be a chief. There's a Vince McMahon. There's a Eric Bischoff. There's a Ted Turner. There's got to be a final boss that makes the calls, or it'd be chaos. There's no way they could control all of it. At WCW, all the egotistical maniacs in the back, if they had a say so, and the fans had a say so on what we were doing, it would just be so hard to keep up with. There's no way you could possibly make everybody and get everything to do it would affect their decisions. It would affect the boss's decision, the CEO's decisions. It would affect the main leader, his ideas. I think it would get very confusing for them when just all the voices involved, even though you make a very good point with getting the ideas and trying to make it trying to make it part of the creativity, but it just, in the end, to me, it just nudges it out by becoming too much. When it comes down to really knowing what
Kelly has a rebuttal, guys and gals. You have a rebuttal?
Marcus, I can't say specifically Eric Bischoff or Vince McMahon, but I'd be really surprised otherwise. But it's typically the leaders of major organizations, whether they're sports teams, corporations, etc., that demand all this information with which to make their decision. That was pretty much my point. So I just wanted to remind you that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bagwell will continue, guys and gals.
Excellent point. It really is an excellent point. And again, this topic is very tough, but I just believe with all my heart, from being there, from seeing, them asking these questions, I think they almost ask them if they want to be involved just to get their ideas, but really they're going to do what they want to do anyway. But still, it comes down to advice over experience again. And I just believe with all my heart that it just becomes too hard to keep up with, and it becomes confusion for the leader, whoever the leader may be, whether it be the president, whether it be Eric Bischoff, whether it be whoever it may be. It's the leader in position that's allowing this to happen, of the company, of the organization, of the ball team, whatever it may be. It would just becomes too much going on. The fans want to be surprised. They don't want to know what's coming out. They want to buy that. They want to buy that game, man, and they want to put the video game in, and they want to be surprised that Roman Reigns still has the belt, which he still does, by the way. He still hasn't lost the belt, but they want to be surprised by that. They want to know. They don't want to know what's coming. The fans is what this whole thing is based on. And if the fans got involved, they would know what the show is going to be about. So the fans cannot be associated with anything in this category, video games, or the way the card goes, who wins, who loses. Anytime the fans would get in part of the creativity, it would be a mess. It would be a madhouse. There's got to be a leader. There's got to be a boss. There's got to be a chief. And that is who lays the final law down. The fans want to be surprised.
Marcus Bagwell, guys, making emphatic points. Kelly White as well, guys. Extremely entertaining, extremely knowledgeable. That's what we bring you here, Jeff. Thank you. Great topics tonight. Thank you so much, guys and gals, again. These are conceptualized by yours truly, but they're delivered by these incredible, talented human beings, versatile as well. Where else, guys and gals? I want to talk about this for a second. No need for the glasses here. We try to connect with you guys here in person here, eye to eye. Where else, guys and gals, who are watching the show right now, can you watch, again, Hall of Famers from all walks of life? Not just wrestling, but basketball and football. Where else can you watch Oscar winners, Grammy Award winners, all lock horns and talk about topics and debate topics that you may not think they're privy to? You may not think they're knowledgeable about it, but guess what? We don't know simply what our profession entails. We, of course, know that because we have to succeed in said profession. But we know a lot more. We're not going to be placed in a box here on TKN. We're going to talk about topics that you can't even imagine. We're going to talk about topics that you may not even associate the talents with, because they're all diverse and they all have something to say. And that's what we do here on TKN, guys and gals. And the reason why I was a bit long-winded there and gave you a monologue was because these topics are going to get harder, more challenging as the rounds go by. 5 total rounds for the winner of this tournament. Going to get a lot harder, trust me. So, guys, with that, we turn it over to the judges. It's over right now, guys. They both debated their final topics. We're going to find out who wins this thing and moves on to round number 2 as we're tied at 1. And don't go anywhere. Already, maybe a record, I don't know. An hour and 45. We already got 1,000 comments on my page alone. Pretty impressive stuff, guys and gals. We appreciate you again. And remember, let's see what happens in the next hour. The Dark Cowboy set to appear. And another debate. If you're into zombie apocalypses, yes, you heard me, do not check out after this debate matchup. We have another debate matchup coming up right after this matchup. We've got the zombie apocalypse debate topic. Watch that as well, along with the Dark Cowboy and much more. So, with that, let's bring in the judges. Eric Herron, who do you vote for and why?
Whoo, man. You know what? This is one of those nights where I'm glad I'm not debating, because I don't envy either one of you gentlemen in the hot seat tonight. That being said, the topic was too much information. Should the fans be involved in creative or not? Am I understanding that correct, Mr. Klein?
You are.
All right. I agree with Mr. White. Businesses all over the world are looking for input on their product. They're looking for input on what works, what doesn't work. That's why they send out the surveys. That's why they do the focus groups. Focus groups is what they do. But on a creative side, talking about studios and movies and television and professional wrestling and the like, you don't want them involved in your creative because, as Mr. Bagwell alluded to, you don't want them to know what's coming next, because that's what brings them back next time. Leave them hanging. Leave them wanting more. Tough decision. Very tough. I'm going to go with Bagwell.
Mr. Bagwell gets 3 points to start this thing off. And if you guys can't tell, if a picture's not worth 1,000 words, a video is worth 1,000,000. Look at the expressions of Mr. Bagwell and Mr. White and how bad they want this thing. That's it. This is it. We're down to the final votes. Thanks to our panel and our judges and all of you, one will advance and one will not. Let's bring in Howard Collado.
My God, this was a really tough one. Wow. Marcus made a great point about, at WCW, if everyone was giving their input, it would be, a crazy environment, and the fans want to be surprised, but it's really going to just come down to numbers for me. Who gave the most arguments? And for me, that was Kelly. Secret shopper experience, Avi's, the engine that makes this thing go. I mean, all these arguments to me that Kelly made were, really came down to numbers. So I'm going to go with Kelly.
Howard Collado votes for Kelly White. That's 3-all. Let's bring in Pete Sharpie.
Hey, so this topic, okay, so Marcus, I understand exactly where you're coming from in the corporate setting. You don't want too many people getting involved in your decision makings, but there's a big but on that. The trends are changing. Social media is taking over. Influencers are taking over everything. People are using their products, and this is how products are getting across now. So my vote goes to Kelly White because he brought up good points, because you need people's inputs now. And, people throughout their creativities and social media, that's the major go-to now. The days of just sitting at a round table with all great minds getting together, the days are over. Those are long gone. So my vote goes to Kelly.
All right, guys, another 3 points for Kelly White. Joe Rossitano, who do you vote for and why?
My vote goes to Kelly. While in normal settings for Marcus, in terms of that, it would be a madhouse. It would be crazy if people were allowed to have all of their input in with the product. The way that things are set up, there is not a limited system in terms of what information goes in. So some does, some does not. But in terms of how we want our product to come out, if we, the consumer, are paying for it, we would like there to be attention put to that letter. My vote goes to Kelly White.
Another 3 points for Kelly White, according to Joe Rossitano. Giselle.
Marcus, while I agree with you that there needs to be a leader, there needs to be someone in charge making those decisions, it is possible for that person to make those decisions based on input from their employees and from their consumers. That person needs to know why a particular product is working or not working, what features are working or not working, why is someone watching a show or not watching a show. So yes, we don't want to give all of the information of that particular episode away, but we do need to know what they like and don't like about the show. Kelly utilized his examples to support his argument. My vote goes to Mr. White.
All right, guys and gals, so those are our judges now who had voted. They vote for Kelly White with the exception of one. We're going to turn over to you now, guys, the fans, the engine that makes this thing go. Let's see who you are voting for and why. Hauser votes Mr. Bagwell. Okay. Another point for Mr. Marcus Bagwell. Let's see what else we have. Stella votes for Buff. Jester Gambit votes for Mr. Bagwell. 3 more votes for Mr. Bagwell. Mindy McNine votes for Buff. Okay. Let's see what else we have over here, guys and gals. Phil says close match, but my vote goes to Buff. So, but Mr. Bagwell's making a comeback over here. What are we at, Eric? Okay. 12-8. 12-8. Another close matchup. This thing, round after round, has been just absolutely close. Remember, $13,000. Trip for 2 degrees on the line. Pride in the prize. That's what it's all about. All right. Gus votes for Mr. Bagwell. So another point for Marcus Bagwell. Still more votes to come. Buff Bagwell all the way, according to Miranda. Okay, another vote there from Miranda. Let's see who else we have here voting. As I scroll down. This is all live, guys. You got to bear with me. You could see Mr. Bagwell. Marcus hanging on the edge of your seat right here, huh? Am I right?
Absolutely.
There is no doubt, guys and gals. Kelly, your thoughts, if you don't mind?
I do believe I made a much better argument this time. I hand it to Marcus. He has heart and passion for everything, but I don't think he studied enough. That's my opinion.
Bagwell, do you want to respond?
It was a very hard topic. I really do. Kelly did a great job on it. There's no doubt about it. But it just to me, the element of surprise is just the ultimate goal, is what you're trying to find with the fans. But it's just a tough topic. It's a tough topic, and Kelly did argue it well.
Absolutely. Julie Hall says, this was the toughest debate tonight by a slim margin. My vote is going to Buff Bagwell. A really tough debate. There's no doubt about that. More votes coming down the pike again, guys. We're doing this all live. These comments are coming here live, guys, so give me a moment. All right. Let's see what else we have here. There was a lot of fire in this match. There's no doubt about that. In case you're wondering, it's 12-11. 12-11. Both men argue this topic very well. I'm looking for more votes, guys. If I have not seen yours, I am scrolling up right now. Let's see what we got. This is all live, guys. You got to remember something. This is all live. Okay? If you want to let us know why you voted for who you voted, feel free. If not, you can simply leave the name of the person that you voted for.
Where's the votes?
I don't know. I'm scrolling up here. And Victor votes. My vote goes to Kelly. I think he gave a better argument. I see that. Okay, very good. Point goes to Kelly White. We have more votes now. Let's see who else we got here. Mark Maddox votes Kelly White. Another vote for Kelly White. Guys, sometimes this thing can freeze, and you got to give me a bit of a break here regarding that. It's 14-11, so this thing is still very, very close. We're over 1,000 comments on my page, guys, so if this does freeze, give me a break. We are doing this live. Okay. Let's see who else we got. Lisa Bailey votes for Kelly. So another point goes to Kelly White. Okay. This is it.
Come on,
it's over.
See what else we got, guys and gals. Chad, I'm trying to pull up your comments here as well. Let's see if we get here. Thus far, guys, it is close, close, close. 15-11 is what we got. I've not seen some others. Davis has not voted. Kimberly has not voted. Bubba has not voted. Not seen some votes from some of the names I just mentioned here live. Julie, yours for Buff. I did count that. Guys. I'm going to have to count down and go 10 seconds if I don't get more votes right now as it stands. It's the way it is. Let's see right now what we got here. Davis votes for Mr. Bagwell. Okay. Halt the 10 seconds because another vote came in for Mr. Bagwell. It's 15-12. He's now only down by 3. Trying to scroll up over here and see what other votes we have. Let's see. All right. Heidi says Kelly has my vote. So another vote for Kelly White. Okay. Cheryl Riley, votes for Kelly White as well. Okay. Mindy votes for Andrew Red. He's not competing. Try again. Bull Buchanan, welcome. Thank you for watching. Let's see what else we got, guys and gals. Brian Clark says, I get Mark's viewpoint. I was there. So damn close. Buff gets my vote. Brian Clark votes for Marcus Bagwell. Keeping this thing alive right now, guys and gals. What are we at? 17-13. Still only a 4-point game. Every topic has gone down to the freaking wire, guys. Absolutely incredible. I've not seen Kimberly's vote. I've not seen Kara's vote. I've not seen Bubba. I'm trying to scroll up for yours and see where yours is. BGO votes Bagwell. He impressed us. Okay. That is a point for Mr. Bagwell. 17-14. A 3-point game. A 3-point game. Julie votes for Mr. Bagwell as I try to pull this thing up here, which makes it 17-15. Scroll up here. I saw that vote. New viewers every week. Love that you're all here. Okay. Guys, if you're voting twice, it's 17-15 right now. If you're voting twice, please don't do that because it's actually not allowing me to see the new comments as I'm scrolling up live. As you see, guys, we do this thing live every single week. Your votes count because they will propel someone to either round 2 or eliminate them. It's that simple. We're down to the wire. 17-15. I'm going to start counting down again until I get another vote, guys. Again, a 2-point game right now as it stands. Who will advance? Will it be Buff Bagwell or Kelly White? Kelly is up by 2. We're over 1,000 comments, Gus, in case you're wondering. Yes, over 1,000 comments. So more votes, guys. If not, I'm going to have to start counting down. A couple of you are saying your votes are up here. I'm going to scroll up before I start counting this thing down. I want to make sure I get all of your votes without missing any of them whatsoever. So bear with me if you can. In the meantime, Kelly and Marcus, your thoughts while I'm scrolling up here, if you guys don't mind.
I thought Kelly did a great job on this one. I really do. I thought it was one that would be pretty tough because of just, I just thought it, just really did not think the fans should be part of it. But with the way that Kelly argued it, it was just really explained very well. And it was a very good, very hard topic, but Kelly did a great job doing it.
Respect earned, guys. That's what happens in the green room. You saw that these two men were at each other's throats for months, and now look at the respect and the camaraderie. Kelly, your thoughts as I try to scroll up here.
Well, I got the benefit of this in the first round, though it didn't go my way. There is a benefit to going last, and that's because you're maintaining everybody's attention and kind of controlling the narrative. Because in this particular one, if we go back, it wasn't just things that have fans. We were talking about corporations and businesses. Those aren't fans, those are consumers. And that was a major part of my argument. So I think maybe a few people, Marcus was able to divert them from that. So congratulations on strategy.
Well said.
Guys and gals, more votes. Let's see.
It's all you left me.
I'm saving from scrolling up. Well, Bubba, tell us who you voted for. Tell us who you voted for, guys. Guys, I'm going to start counting this thing down. That's it. Some of you are telling me not to do so because there's more votes, but I can't see them. Copy and paste them if you can. It's the best thing I can tell you right now. We just broke over 40 destinations in a single. No, we're breaking a lot of records here. We've never had these many comments, as you know, Kelly, during this portion of the broadcast, and we are experiencing that right now, and the effects it's having as well. Can't complain. All right. So I believe Jeff Reeder voted for Marcus Bagwell. Is that another point? Let me bring this up. Okay.
I think he already voted.
17-14. I don't believe Jeff Reeder, I don't believe voted. So we make it 17-16. That means, again, I'm going to stop the clock, guys. Anytime it gets close, we have to make this thing fair for both competitors. 17-16 is where we're at now. Absolutely incredible. Legio, I did count your vote, so I'm not counting it again. Okay, for Mr. Bagwell. This is incredible. 17-16, guys. If this thing gets tied, we might have to go to another sudden death and another topic, or I'll leave it over to you guys. If this thing is tied up, should Mr. Bagwell and Kelly White meet again, or should I give them one final topic? Should we get to that point? Because Kelly is still up by 1. So let us know what you think right now if you already voted. All right, guys. Again, not stalking here. We don't do that here. I just want to make sure I got all of your comments here. All right. Gus says advance them both. I can't do that. Not in round number 1. We did that during the qualifying round. Cannot advance them both. Kimberly, I'm trying to get your comment here. You're asking me if I'm trying to get your comment. I can't quite see it. Another topic would rock. All right. Another topic. Well, we're not going to get there yet. We're not going to get there just yet, guys, because Kelly is up by 1. This is live. This is what happens when things are live, guys and gals. Absolutely incredible. So let's see where we're at. I'm typing, you see mine. I see you typing that. I don't see a name. Give me a name so I could see it. Guys and gals.
Come on.
10.
10? Wait. Somebody just said their
Hold on a second here. All right. Rick Garin votes for Marcus. We're tied. That's 17-17. We're counting all these votes here, guys. 17-17 right now. Rick Garin, votes for Marcus Bagwell. Final countdown. All right. Okay. 10. 9. Real slow. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Guys and gals, we are tied at 17. I am going to ask Mr. Bagwell and Kelly White first what they would like to do, then the judges, then the viewers. We've never done this before. We can set up a sudden death debate at a later date before round 1 is over, at a later date, or we could go for one topic now to win it all. The whole
one topic right now.
Mr. Bagwell says one topic right now. He's ready to go. Kelly, your thoughts?
Normally, I would leave it up to the engine that drives this train, as you say, Avi. But I agree with Marcus. Let's get it done.
Let's get it done. Heidi, please, guys, hold your thoughts there for a second. I'm counting everything I see, as you see. Every topic that's coming up over here. If you got a problem because obviously your last name is White, sorry, Kelly, I'm going to be direct. If your last name is White, I obviously know why you're upset. No bias over here on this show. Wives, husbands, mothers, I tell it like it is, whether you like it or not. I got integrity. We're going to vote here. And guys and gals, every single vote, you try doing 50 things at once while still speaking and keeping the show going. I'm doing my best, but I'm pulling up every vote. 145 episodes, there's never been anything dishonest, as you guys know. So with that being said, one final vote, or do we go on one final topic, or do we go another night? Joe, what do you think? Let me pull up Joe Rositano. Joe, you ready to go? What do you think?
I feel like we should do this with these two. Just these two. They should have the decision on this. So they should debate again.
Okay, so debating again according to Joe Rositano. Let's bring in Giselle.
I'm seeing the comments from the fans and the viewers, and I'm seeing the passion from Kelly and Bagwell, and everybody's into this. We need to do this now.
Okay, very good. Kelly White fans, again, need to calm their butts down or they will be blocked, as they did the first time on May 20th. Seems like a lot of Kelly White's fans bring the heat in the comment section. We don't do that, guys and gals. We keep things positive. You may not like the fact that Kelly didn't officially win. That's how it goes, guys. We're counting all the votes over here. I'm sure you would be complaining if Mr. Bagwell was down and Kelly won. So let's bring in Pete. Your thoughts?
One more. Let's do it.
Okay, it looks like we're going to do one more topic. Eric, do you concur?
I seem to always get outvoted. I'm like what Marcus talked about earlier. Leave them wanting a little more. I say we do this another night, but I'm outvoted. I don't mind that. My vote, I like I said, let's save that. Let's bottle it. Let's sell it. Give me another night, guys.
Another night. Okay, I got to think of a topic on the fly. That's what I do, guys. I like the pressure. Why not? So, in this final topic that I'm thinking about right now, and certainly you guys can suggest any topics you'd like as well. Why not? Here's what we're going to talk about, guys. We're going to talk about second careers. Yes, second careers. You know, a lot of people have their first careers. And guys, again, I wasn't expecting this, so I'm just kind of whipping something out of my you-know-what right now, my keister. So a lot of people expect to succeed in one career. They get their major, they get their degree, they declare the major, they get their degree. They're off to the races. They're succeeding in life. They're doing really well. But what happens sometimes when you go through a midlife crisis? What happens sometimes when you feel like maybe perhaps you declared the wrong major and you have the wrong degree, and now all of a sudden you're stuck paying student loans? You got to pick something else. You got to maybe take a different fork in the road. Well, do you stick it out? Do you still try to do your very best no matter what? Do you try to do your very best and stick it out with that initial career that you chose for yourself, even though you're going through a lot of strife and turmoil in your life? Or you decide to roll the dice. You decide, and again, there are a lot of intangibles, family, kids. I won't get into that. You yourself as a person, is it okay to decide to do something else at the midway point of your life, in your 40s, if you are not happy with your career? Interesting topic, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for being excited, because I'm doing this on the spot over here. So again, thank you so much for the excitement. But Mr. Bagwell, do you like the topic?
I love it. I think it's great. It's a tough topic again. It's a very tough topic, but this is a tough debate. So I like it.
It's going to be great, guys. We're going to see what this is going to be. One singular topic, one final topic. Let's see where we go. Marcus is going to make a case for why, yes, Marcus is going to make a case for why it is okay to choose a different career path when you're in a rut, when you're stuck. Kelly's going to make a case for why he feels you shouldn't. We're talking about the midway point of your life in your 40s, why you should stick it out no matter what and don't roll the dice and don't gamble. So with that, guys and gals, I'm going to flip a coin. Kelly, you call heads or tails this time.
Let's go with heads.
It is tails. Mr. Bagwell, first or second?
I'm going to go second.
Imagine
Kelly? Any final thoughts from Mr. Bagwell before we continue? This has been sudden death. We did not expect this. Thoughts, Kelly? Anything you want to say to Mr. Bagwell or your viewers?
I'm going to put this way to you, Marcus. You're between a rock and a hard place. Winning is not your best option.
Bagwell?
He's such an idiot.
There we go.
That doesn't make sense. He didn't even make sense what he just said. I almost was a Kelly White fan after that last topic, and now I hate his guts again.
Look at this, guys and gals. It's heated again. This was not scripted, not at all. This last topic was something we were not expecting. So, Kelly White, please make a case as to why an individual, male or female, should not ever consider a different career path midlife. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
In a 3, in a 2, in...
Okay. So someone in their 40s, male, female, or any of the other approved genders for 2023, why should you not change horses in the middle of the stream? Marcus is going to give some reasons why you should, I'm sure, but I'm going to give you the reasons why you shouldn't. As Avi brought up, look at all the time and effort you have put into getting where you're at. All the schooling, the training, the studying, the good advice you've gotten, and the experience based on that good advice that you've gotten there. This is a huge investment. You are where you've put yourself. And having a job and a career is not always roses and rainbows. It's about supporting yourself, supporting your family, taking care of those in your life and yourself, setting up for retirement. And not every job out there, the vast majority of them out there are not going to make you go, yippee, I'm going to work. I've gone to jobs and sat in the parking lot and I've contemplated, should I just turn around and go home? No, I've got too damn much invested. Now, I've lost jobs. I've had jobs bought by foreign companies and pulled out from under me. But when I take a job, I am there myself to the finish. I'm looking to go the long haul. I don't invest my time, my energy, my effort, network, do all the things to make myself successful just to go one day, you know what? I'm just not tootin' happy. I think I'll go study equestrian science and ride some horses. No, I'm not going to do that. An adult with a thinking brain is not going to do that. Somebody with the backbone, the heart, the determination to forge ahead in life is not going to take that easy ass road and job hop all over the place. If we look at the kids in society today that do that, it's from one burger joint to a burger joint to a chicken joint to Uber Eats. They go nowhere. That doesn't get you anywhere. It gets you a subsistence with state assistance. That's all it gets you. Marcus is actually a prime example of that. He's been a wrestler for close to around 30 years himself. He's not gone off and sold insurance, to my knowledge. He's not gone off and become a college professor. He is the epitome of what I'm actually talking about sitting there. He picked a career. He had a rough spot. He broke his freaking neck. And he didn't go, oh, I'm going to sit in a chair and do an office job. No, this is where I'm going to give him some credit. He does have heart. He does have guts. He got back up on the horse and stuck with it. That's what he did. That's what I would do. That's what I've done for 31 years myself. Now, it wasn't my breadwinning, it wasn't my primary job. My primary job, when I got a primary job, I stuck with it. In today's economy, those jobs up and disappear. They leave your ass hanging. But if I'd had a job when I got 18, got out of school, and I got into a good job that was still there for me today, I would be there. I would be there going up the company ladder, earning promotions, earning pay raises, increasing my vacation so I can enjoy the laurels of this endeavor, and aiming towards a very fruitful retirement so I can go to Greece any damn time I please. So if you've got guts, heart, integrity, and intelligence, no, you do not change careers in your damn 40s. It just isn't the smart money. On that, I rest my case.
Kelly rests his case, guys and gals. Marcus Bagwell will right now be making his point for why, yes, it is okay to perhaps have a different career path even when you're in your 40s. Marcus, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
In a 3, in a 2, in a...
The reason why it is okay to make that jump in your 40s is because it's above 40 to me. 40s are just the thing is midlife crisis. So, 40s and up. The reason why you follow this is because of your heart. I mean, you find something you've been extremely successful in and you're doing well. You got security, you got your job security. Your kids they've got what needs to be done and you get comfortable. But are you really making a difference in life? You got a chance just to pay the bills and put a check in the box, stamp your paycheck, and do your same 9-to-5 job every day for job security. Or you can go after much bigger things and save lives by becoming a motivational speaker, let's say from a pro wrestler to a motivational speaker. You got a chance to have passion in your life, recovery, sobriety, care, love, the things that you're urging for, the things that make humans just survive is love. One thing that humans cannot do without, and that is companionship, love. Humans can't do without that. When you get caught in that 9-to-5 job area and you're trying to switch it up and go to something else, it's real scary. But for the victory to be lives changing, people contacting you on thanking you for your motivational word, integrity, doing the right thing, even no matter, doing the right thing at all times, but doing the right thing, even when just God's watching, man, that's integrity.
And you can't reach those kind of goals that make your heart feel great every day. You just find yourself in that same mix, in traffic in the morning, in traffic coming home. Yeah, the bills are paid. Yeah, everything's, I mean, you got job security, but what have you done in life when it's all over? What is your name going to say about yourself? By making that chance for a second career, you're taking that chance to become a complete victory with your life and just feel so wonderful with your life and how much love and passion's involved.
A rebuttal by Kelly White.
Okay, Marcus, give you credit. You're painting a pretty nice picture, but you're only painting with one brush stroke. You're assuming this person's going to stop doing an accounting and go be a motivational speaker. What about the world's top brain surgeon who saves lives every freaking day, decides he's not happy and opens a flower shop? What about all the lives he could have saved because he didn't have the guts to hang in there and provide that service to the public? What about the policeman that he hits 40 and, instead of sticking through it and, saving people from criminals, he decides he wants to open up a soup kitchen and make gourmet soup? It can go both ways. You're just painting a very rosy picture. You're not covering the whole topic, brother. And that's my point.
Your point is weak. Your point is real weak, bro. The point of the whole thing is it's time for a change in your life. You're in a midlife crisis. Whether you're a brain surgeon or you're an independent pro wrestler like it's time to make a change, and the change is for the better. Whether it may not be for money, Kelly. This ain't about money. This is about your heart. This is about changing lives. This is about people remembering you, not just for being a 9-to-5er, not just for being an independent pro wrestler that paid the bills and made your kids eat food that they survived, but giving them a better life, giving them something in life, not just more money. I'm talking about things like, like I said, it's passion, it's love, it's lives you change and lives you've saved. This is something, not just with motivational speaking. It could be anything. If you don't take a chance to do something better, you're never going to see what you could be. You just find yourself being in your same little rut. This is at a midlife crisis why somebody wanted a second job, a second chance, and you want to do something your second round. You want to make it better than the first. No matter what you do your first time, everybody wants to make it better. And even if it's not maybe more money and your kids live in a bigger, nicer home, maybe you saved lives and changed lives. And it just, no matter what your decision was, if it was from, to be a ball player to bagging groceries, if you could spread the word of Jesus Christ while you're loading those garbage bags and the grocery bags, no matter what you're doing, whether it be trash or groceries, at the same time, it's just about changing lives. And I believe with all my heart, if you go after that second job, that second chance, that second career, you got a chance to reach stardom. You got a chance to reach stardom in much more areas than just money. This is stuff, like I said, it's like passion and love and lives. To me, it's just, there's no doubt you take that chance. You take that chance for what's inside of us as humans. You take that chance of what makes us go, what gives you chill bumps, what makes you at night go to bed knowing that you can't wait to get up tomorrow morning. Not something you're dreading to get up and going and doing, something you can't wait to go see, lives being changed, or a construction site being a house that you built. No matter what the second job is, it's about making it better at the midlife crisis part of your life and seeing the changes before your very eyes. So no matter what you pick, it's about what's inside of you. Like I said, whether it's grocery bags or garbage bags, whether it's construction or wrestling, whether it's a massage therapist to pro wrestling, it's still about experience and not advice. Again, it's about that experience we talked about, the experience of giving it a chance, not somebody advising you to do it, but experience. And I've had the experience of it. I'm telling you, a second chance from massage therapy. That was what I was going to do. It was it. And then I took a chance at pro wrestling. Everybody laughed at me. Everybody knew I was doing the wrong thing, but I believed in it. I believed in it. And then I made it. And when you make it in something and it's your second job, your second chance, the victory is much bigger, man. It's so much bigger and it's so much more rewarding. So always, anybody out there that's got a chance for a second time to do something, take it. You will not believe how great the reward is. The reward is so much bigger.
I really thought that, when you're setting your ways, you got something going, you're going to school for it, you've done your time. Still, sometimes that second chance, like I said, that second job's very scary. It's a big step, but the rewards are twice as big. It's just as big, man. And this is bigger, better rewards, man. So always take that second chance and make your life better and bigger.
Marcus Bagwell, guys, made his point. Look, I want to say this. I've written for some of the best. I wrote for Bill Paxton. I wrote for John Amos and many more. In my 18 years as a screenwriter, I've never seen something like this that's filled with drama, emotion, passion. You can't write something like this. What you're seeing now between Marcus Bagwell and Kelly White is something you can't put pen to paper and describe. You can try. You can try to break it down if you're an analyst. This is live. Jeff Reeder said it best. Great job by both debating this on the fly. Give them credit. Guys, in the comment section, you better give these two men love. They did not expect this. Give these two men love because they are working, guys. They are working. So, with that being said, our judges will be voting again. Votes are worth 3 in the back. And, of course, the viewers, now you can start voting again in the comment section. Let us know who you're voting for and why. Eric Heron, let's bring you in first.
Ooh, you guys, y'all wear it out of me. Like 4 rounds. This is
how do you think they feel? You mean they wear it out of you?
Right. But it's unprecedented.
Consummate professionals.
You really are. Really are. Kelly, I loved what you had to say. Your passion was second to none. Second to none, sir. Until Marcus Bagwell opened his mouth and started talking about the passion that drives somebody maybe to change their lives, to do something different. I get it. I 100% get it, and you get it, and Marcus gets it, Avi gets it. They all get it. You do what you love. Don't get saddled doing what you want to do, or that you don't want to do, rather. Again, very, very hard debate. Very hard. So
who are you voting for?
I'm going to go Bagwell. This was tough.
For Marcus Bagwell, guys and gals. Eric Heron, of course, guys. You could see they're on the edge of their seats over here. I want to read this to Buff Bagwell and to Kelly White. Great debate from Kelly and Buff. Jeff, by far the best debate of the entire tournament. We've had a lot of them. We've had a ton of credible Hall of Famers and Oscar winners and everyone else that, again, epitomizes greatness. And everyone is saying, Julie Hall concurs. Let me pull up this comment here. Best debate ever. Everyone is saying this has been the best debate, and I would have to agree. Yes. Fantastic points. The stamina it takes to go 4 rounds. That's why I say debating is a sport, guys and gals. There's no doubt. Let's bring in Pete Sharpie. Who do you got and why?
All right. I'm going with Marcus Bagwell because if a certain person up here didn't have passion to change careers, we wouldn't have them right now. This wouldn't be a thing. So you changing careers, you have to go where your passion leads you to. You might not know it after 10, 15 years, but sometimes down the line, it hits you and you're like, this is not for me. I got to do something else. That's why my vote goes to Bagwell.
6 points now for Mr. Bagwell. Pete Sharpie votes for Marcus Bagwell. Let's bring in Giselle. Who do you got and why?
Hello. My vote this round is going to Mr. Bagwell. His points about making your life better and having the passion were spot on. If you're not enjoying your life, why are you living? But Kelly, I enjoyed your fire and your intensity, and you really brought it this round. But Mr. Bagwell gets my vote.
Okay, right now another 3 points there. Let's bring in Howard Collado. Who do you vote for and why?
You take the chance for what's in your heart. It's something that Buff said spoke to me, and both men did amazing jobs. Just bringing it on the fly. But Marcus just, for me, spoke from his heart and also made just great arguments. So my vote goes for Mr. Bagwell.
Okay. 3 more points for Mr. Bagwell, guys. Right now we're at 12-0 in favor of Buff Bagwell. Joe Rositano.
My vote goes for Buff Bagwell in this case because of the presentation and how also when you are in a place that you do not want to be, while there are people who are needed to be in those positions, and you cannot change just because you are going by a feeling. If it is something that is that drastic, you need to make that change in your life. My vote goes to Mark.
Joe Rositano votes for Buff Bagwell right now. It is 15-0. Let's bring in the viewers. Johnny McKinney, right off the bat, Buff Bagwell. Okay. More votes coming in. Let's see. You're not living, you're dying. Julie says, so passionate. Both were fantastic. Both vote goes for Buff Bagwell. His words spoke to me. Jester Gambit. They both make excellent points, but life is too short to be miserable at a job you don't want to do. Bagwell gets it. Another point for Mr. Bagwell. Victor Santiago. My vote goes to Marcus. You do what you love and take that second chance. Another point. Heidi says this was a great debate. I will not read that other comment. I vote for Kelly. I'm sure you would not be saying that if it were the other way around, so I'm sorry I don't want to read that second sentence you wrote in. Clearly biased with the last name White. I'm sorry. Randy Pritchard. And I'm counting your vote, regardless of whether you're related to Kelly or not. So there is that. So before you start getting all whacked about this being rigged, it's not. Randy says, great battle. Thought Buff pulled it out. There you go. Gus says, Kelly gets my vote. So Kelly gets a point there. Okay. All right. 1.3 thousand comments on my page already. Thank you so much, guys and gals. You are incredible. There's no doubt about that. Man, oh, man, this has been a wild one. Let's see more. Let's see more. As I scroll down live, guys and gals, Lester Cook votes for Kelly. Okay. Christopher Farnan. This was tough. Both men did so well. I have to vote Marcus on this one. Marcus gets my vote.
21 to 30.
We'll take that note. Who will be the GOAT tonight? Jeff Reeder says, Kelly, you were great tonight, but Buff just hit a grand slam on this one. My vote is for Buff. Julie says, Buff is the stuff. He gets my vote. Bubba Brewer. If you don't have passion, going to the routines won't matter. Voting for Buff. There we go. Pretty decisive here. Jaleesa Bailey says, I'm voting for Buff, and I want that giant hat he wears sometimes. Made of questions. We might try to make that happen one of these days. Who knows? Marcus Bagwell all day. Okay, Chad says, I have to vote for Buff. A second career is not always by choice. It could be because of health issues, given a better way of life. Well done by both gentlemen. Guys, I concur. Listen, both men are doing great. Riambra votes for Kelly White all the way. Okay. It was really down to the wire. This round I have to go with Buff. So Gina votes for Buff as well. Robin votes for Kelly. I'm going to read this right now, guys. It's at 25-4. I mean, I'll still scroll down and count your comments so I don't leave you out of this thing. Aaron votes Kelly.
28-6.
Brian votes Mr. Bagwell. Hauser votes Mr. Bagwell. Julie Red votes Mr. Bagwell, which means we're at 20. What are we at, Eric? 28-6? 28-6, 29-6.
31-6.
Mindy votes Kelly.
31-6.
31-6, according to Mr. Bagwell.
Well, he can't.
Let's see what we got over here. If that's the case, Karen says, yeah, Buff Bagwell gets my vote. Best decision I made to leave my career. Okay. Cheryl Riley says, Kelly appeals to the realist to me, but Marcus tapped into the dreamer. I vote for Mr. Bagwell. Cheryl Riley votes for Mr. Bagwell. Okay, guys, I'm going to start counting this thing down. 10, 9. You're going to see a reaction right now from both men. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Officially in round number 2 of the Celebrity Grand Debate Tournament is Marcus Buff Bagwell, who even in his home gets the applause. Marcus Bagwell moves on to round number 2.
Do it.
Kelly White is eliminated from this tournament. Kelly Bagwell, you can take the floor solo, both of you, with your thoughts.
Kelly, you did a great job, bro. No doubt about it. I'll be honest with you. The second topic, man, I was against the ropes. And even the third topic, I felt like you ate me up. I just really kept digging, but I am the absolute best at off the cuff. The worst thing that could have happened to you on this one was it going to like a final round like that with it being off the cuff. I am dangerous off the cuff, man. And again, I let you go first, which is horrible, but you did a great job, bro. A really great job. But I don't know, man. Going second with something like that, I definitely had the advantage. So the coin, I think you lost it on the coin toss, but you did a great job, bro. You really did.
Thanks. You know, here's one thing I'll say, Marcus. You won. I told people to show up. I asked people to vote their conscience. You know, here's the thing, though, on our last topic, you got to think who got what to a degree. You know, I got the side of it that said suck it up and be fucking miserable. I did my best with it, but I pretty much lost before we started. We both know that, but that's
why is that?
Also got the topic that was in favor of fans, and we know we have fans voting over here, Kelly. You got the topic that was in favor of the viewers. If we're
I
gonna
got the
be
topic
real
that
here,
told people to
let's
stay
balance
with a
everything
shitty
out.
job.
Isn't that a wash? Isn't that a wash, Kelly?
I think maybe you ought to watch what's coming out of your pen.
Why?
Let me tell you something, Marcus. When you're walking those dark streets back to your car and you hear the clank of a chain, or the scrape of metal on stone, or the heavy
Look for your knees.
or the heavy footfall, turn around and look, because it might be me.
Ooh, I'm going to be so scared. But if you happen to see me in a dark alley, look out for the gun I'm going to shoot you with.
Marcus Buff Bagwell is advanced. I'm going to talk
This
to Kelly
pisses
White
me off.
momentarily. I'm going to talk to Kelly in a second. Marcus, you're in round number 2 officially now. Is there relief? Is there satisfaction? What are you feeling right now? If you can share that with us.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I thought Kelly did incredible.
Incredible.
I was against the ropes, man. When he came out, I mean, he did his homework on this. I'll be honest with you. I took it lightly. And I told you before the show started, if you remember, I said, all these things came to me at first, and I'm kind of blank right now. So I came into this not with near as much energy as I thought I had, not enough knowledge. But you know me, bro, on that off the cuff debate stuff, I'm vicious. And tonight it came to that last thing where, we had to make a decision right there, and I'm dangerous at that stage, and I ate him up.
That kind of like putting some of the competitors on notice, regardless of their pedigree, regardless of their titles.
It needs to be. It definitely needs to put them on notice for sure.
Marcus Bagwell, guys and gals, hosts a show called The Stuff. You can watch our first 2 episodes on the network right now. It is an amazing show, an honest show. Marcus keeps it real as always, a very classy individual, a very talented individual, and also a second rounder who will be competing in the fall. We'll see who he draws in round number 2. Any last words for our viewers, my friend?
Man, just thank you guys so much for being a part of this. The new network, TKN, it really is a great, great deal. And Avi does spectacular. I mean, his words and his all this stuff is what his brain is behind all of this. He's the Yoda of TKN. And so thank him for all this and all the editing and everything you see on this that makes this thing go. It really, really is impressive. And it's all Avi Klein. But again, the fans mean so much to this. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks you guys so much for being part of it. Thanks for the votes. I'm glad to be part of this thing, man. And again, I'm not taking anybody lightly. Kelly did a great job, but again, he's not buff and he's not the stuff.
Marcus Bagwell, round number 2. Thank you for joining us, my friend.
Thank you, brother.
Guys and gals, I'm going to bring in Kelly White right now, or I don't know if it is Kelly White that I was seeing a few minutes ago. Guys, don't go anywhere. Maybe even Kelly can let you know. Dark Cowboys coming down the pike and another debate. A zombie apocalypse debate coming up next. It's going to be wild. We've never had 2 debate topics since April the 1st. We have another one tonight, guys. Another lineup where we have a double dip. We haven't had that in 3 months. So stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere. Yes, another debate coming up right now live. But Kelly, I heard something I wasn't expecting. I thought you put that monster away.
Well, I think we've seen it in the great preview you did, and I forget who said it. They're a very well-known person. I think it was Martin Cove. Said, you're a 9 or 10. Now you're 9.5, Avi, because nobody's perfect. Well, neither am I. Sometimes shit happens.
I would implore you to read your message and keep it quiet. And don't tell the viewers what you just read right now. Keep it between us. Did you read it? Read it live without saying it, without even reading it out loud or giving a hint or a clue. On Facebook, I sent you a message. Guys and gals, Kelly White not only brought it, but if you're a Kelly White fan, stick around. I hope he's reading it right now. God knows you've never heard me say anything like this after a match, but I'm saying it now. Stick around if you're a Kelly White fan. That's all I'm going to say. Kelly, you sent a message to Mr. Bagwell, and he seemed to not take it seriously. Were you serious, or were you trying to rattle his cage?
Honestly, don't remember what I said. Can you remind me? I don't remember. I mean, I got kind of
fire, brimstone, the anger, the hostility, the rage, the cage.
No, I mean, just at that instant, I how you see red for an instant, I blanked out a minute. So, I apologize if I said something horrible. Wasn't my intention.
I want to thank Heidi White for watching as well. Again, I just want to let you know I can understand that there's a personal investment when we're rooting for someone, of course, we're related to or married to. I completely understand that. But let's try to remember the integrity of TKN, guys and gals, is something I take pretty seriously. There's no doubt about that. So we see all the votes on screen. We had more votes or more comments than we expected in the first hour, which is a good problem to have.
True.
Things got a little bit slow and a little frozen, and I did my very best to pull up every single comment, as you guys know. That last one, though, sudden death, wasn't close. Kelly White did come back in the second topic to tie things up. And then, of course, they were tied after round 3. Man, what an impressive night. Kelly, you're eliminated from this tournament. I did send you a message. We're going to see Kelly White again, guys and gals. A bit of an announcement that I want to make. And you guys can't probably predict what it'll be, and maybe even Kelly can't predict what it'll be. But if you're a Kelly White fan, you do want to tune in for Kelly's next appearance sometime the next couple of weeks. I'll be on here for about 5 minutes, and we'll be off to the races. Kelly, again, anything you want to let anybody know regarding Kelly White in this green room that we have beyond the tournament? Is there something else that you want to send a message out to the folk competing or otherwise? Those who are talking about some lake out there or some body of water, ridiculousness like that.
It takes a while for anybody because especially when you're a kind of a skeptical guy like myself. I watch a lot of the debunking shows. That's one of my favorites. But
so if you don't mind, Aaron Freedom, you are being blocked. So thank you. You don't actually have to watch again because you think that there was a vote that should have been counted in round 3. Not gonna plead. I'm going to tell you right now, I counted every vote that I could and did my best. You can't do 2% of what I do live. And yes, that is a generalization because I don't know you. But I would make that bet and I would gamble. So why don't you take your butt out of here and leave those comments, because nobody could do what we do here live. Thought-provoking topics, thinking on your feet, getting all the talent booked, blurring the lines, pride and the prize, riches and spoils, a lake.
Just right there, Avi, what I was getting ready to say is once you've been around this arena for a length of time, you start to see the depths of things that maybe weren't initially apparent. And I'm still thinking on all this stuff. So there's deeper things at play than may meet the eye. And I'm starting to realize that. I don't want to really say more. I would be not speaking knowledgeably.
Guys, Kelly White brought it in ways I couldn't imagine. I was glad I wasn't competing against him, and that's from the heart, so I'm saying it live. This man is a debater. This man is a talent. This man does not look 55. This man is strong. He's part of TKN, and he has the honor, and I have the honor of hosting the very first TKN-related show behind the scenes, In Details, episode number 1, pre-recorded before any other show was. And speaking of which, another episode coming up dedicated to a very near and dear friend of yours, Kelly White.
Definitely is.
Can't wait for that. Thank you for being you, class personified Kelly White, guys and gals. All right, guys, look, I was going to tell you something about the Dark Cowboy because we're 2 hours and 40 minutes now, and I don't want anyone to miss this. So I will ask you guys and gals, are we seeing the Dark Cowboy? Or are we getting the next debate right now? Because guess what? I want everyone to see this. I want everyone to see this Dark Cowboy showing up and reminding everyone why he now is writing a story that I haven't penned. I'm curious myself to see this. You see, the Dark Cowboy, guys and gals, is not Brian Clark, and Brian Clark is not the Dark Cowboy. And he's not parading as being one and the same. But it still makes no sense to me because I'm rooted in reality and I live in logic. So there is that. Guys and gals, everyone wants to see the Dark Cowboy. You can see it, and you will see it right now because your voice, again, counts, and you have spoken. So don't go anywhere, because if you are a fan of the Dark Cowboy, you're in store for a treat. But just know something, guys and gals. There's an unidentifiable nuance. They say the comeback is always greater than the setback. I know I'm alive, but I'm allowed to think. This is where we blur the lines, they say. Brian Clark has crossed the line. Stick around because you're going to be seeing someone who might remind you of Brian Clark, but isn't. You see, Brian, I got you pegged. You're walking around talking about the desert, talking about how Brian and the Dark Cowboy are not one and the same. In here, you're not. Externally speaking, you are. I wrote a story called The Lake. It aired last season, a horror series, soon to be uploaded in its entirety on the network. And you played a role. And there's a lot of people walking around now trying to tell yours truly that they weren't merely playing roles. That this tournament is a role I'm playing as host. That I'm trying to distract them from the truth, that body of water known as the lake. How crazy is that? Our viewers for weeks have been questioning your sanity, all of you lake dwellers. I am what you make me in this world. But I live in this world, not out there. Dark Cowboy wants to rewrite a story. Dark Cowboy's upset because his character was killed off by a Revolutionary War hero named Halgo, an ancestor. But it was a story, Brian. It wasn't real. So if your reality right now is going to take over this place, you better tell one hell of a story, cowboy.
shallow grave by the riverside, marked off with a granite stone, and the day I died, let down for no good reason, chose to walk the way I did, and now whatever I see coming up ahead now.
If you think that's supposed to intimidate me, you have no idea what I've written, and you have no idea what I've recycled. That goes to the recycle bin. Your story has been told, and you will never find that beautiful, dark sun that you're exploring. You'll never find it because your character had an arc, and that arc is over. If you'd like to call yourself an author, or better yet, if you'd like to call yourself an author that suggests that this author eliminates himself from this reality, I'm sorry to tell all those people who think you're so cool, you're dead. You died. Because words can replace people. Doth end the quest of the riches and spoils. Society can't tame that wishes to be wild, Brian. I'm just as wild as you. And your sunset is permanent. But if you can convince me that I should write this story with you in it as my lead, what they do in an industry that I've been a part of for 2 decades. Pitch to me. Show up here live and pitch to me. One pitch. And if I don't like it and you choose to write your story and go rogue, it'll be a sequel that no one sees. I will be the one galloping to my destination. And it's not my death. And it's not your life, Dark Cowboy. Because you can't have what you've never had. Exterior, daytime, the desert. The Dark Cowboy picks up his machete. He grabs one of the assailants by the throat. And as he's about to decapitate said assailant, he realizes that he can't. Because the author wrote it his way, not your way. That being said, guys and gals, the man's story lives in my pages. What is he going to do about that? Pitch to me. And maybe, just maybe, I will co-write. Guys and gals, we have another debate right now. I'm glad you're not late, because this debate is going to be dark, it's going to be dreary, and everything that we advertised it to be. Let me set this thing up for you guys and gals, if you don't mind. You see, this debate, guys and gals, has been brewing since June the 10th. In 2 days, it'll be a month since that match took place between John Red, Howard Collado, and Cara J. Cara J was a newcomer. She won. She won by actually voting or guessing a game, I believe, in the month of May or April. She guessed correctly, got a chance to show up here, and instead of winning a cash prize, she ended up wanting to be a part of this tournament. So on June the 10th, she debated fiercely against Howard Collado and John Red. John Red advanced. Howard Collado advanced. 2 out of 3 advanced. Cara was given the wrong topic in round number 1, and as a result, I decided to give her one more shot at this. Don't go anywhere, because this is that shot. You see, if Cara wins this topic, one singular topic, she moves on to round number 2, and Howard and John will be there regardless. But if Howard or John win this topic, the winner of this topic, if it's Howard or John, will take 10 points with them to round number 2. And then Cara will be eliminated for good. Guys, we're at the 11th hour of this first round. Not many spots are left open. Everyone's still fighting for this. It is about the pride and the prize. This topic is about a zombie apocalypse. They will choose the setting. We know their teams. They will announce who their teams are before they start making a case for why their team of Green Roomers are best equipped to handle a zombie apocalypse. That's the topic. They drafted all the Green Roomers that were available, or at least most of them, and they will make a case tonight as to why their team is best equipped to handle a zombie apocalypse. What kind of zombies are we talking about? What location are we talking about? What are the circumstances? We're going to find out. They're going to tell their story. And then our judges in the back will be voting to determine who wins this topic. Let's bring them in right now. Let's bring in Howard Collado.
Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein. It's an intense night.
Yes, it is. After I bring in the rest of your competitors, I'll bring in the judges as well. So they better get ready, because I want to bring them in. John Red, let's bring you in as well.
How you doing, Avi?
How's the energy, guys? Because I know that you guys have been doing your very best to make sure you remind the masses why your team is best equipped to win.
Damn right.
Let's bring in Cara J. Guys, we want you to keep watching in the comment section. Again, this is all live. Cara J, one more shot for you, and that's it.
Hi.
Cara,
how are y'all?
It seems like you're not nervous at all. Now, let us know why. We know that John Red and you have had quite the exchange of words the last few weeks. This isn't Kara versus John. This is Kara telling her story, John telling his story, Howard telling his story. But I'd have to think that it'd be extra sweet to defeat both of these gentlemen.
Oh, 100%. It would be. But I'm super excited about it just for the simple fact that it's zombies.
Kara, please announce your team of Green Roomers. Guys, again, this is a team that is essentially comprised of almost all the Green Roomers. And as Kara, Howard, and John announced their team of Green Roomers, they're going to have to make a case why that particular team is best equipped to handle a zombie apocalypse, should it happen. Kara, who's in your team, including yourself?
My husband, Eric.
Okay, Eric.
And then I also have Rock Richards.
Rock Richards.
And Kelly White.
And Kelly
White. And then Pinocchio Joe.
And Pinocchio Joe. And guys, stick around because we're going to close this thing out with Joe Rositano. He's got a match next Saturday with Rock Richards and a mystery opponent. The hits keep on coming live here on the Green Room. John, please announce your team to the masses.
I've got Mr. Avi Klein. I've got Brian Clark. Got Megan. And then Pete Sharpie.
Howard Collado, please announce your team.
I Joe Rositano, Sean Stasiak, Fred Ottman, and Kate Hart.
Let's bring in Pete Sharpie, who will be one of the people voting. And Pete, you might be wondering why I invited you over here tonight.
I am wondering why I was invited here, but I'm glad you got me on though, because like I said, I've been trying to come on forever.
Yeah, we go back, right? We go back a while.
We do. We go back.
I've known you longer than Howard. How about that?
Yes, I guess that's you've known me way longer than Howard. How do you feel about that, Howard? Because your team.
Yeah,
sucks.
but one thing you don't understand, scumbag, is this isn't memory lane. Shut up, Howard. This ain't memory lane. I'm not going to tell you why I invited you back tonight. You understand?
Oh,
I want you to get this through your damn Chrome Dome. Shut up. Get it through your Chrome Dome.
Don't you
get it through your Chrome Dome. You don't own this show.
Don't you tell me to shut up.
The lengths I can go to make sure that you will become persona non grata. If you feel feisty, if you feel froggy, then jump, motherfucker. Jump.
Jump. I'm jumping, Avi. I'm jumping. I want to see you. I pray.
Go ahead. Take your time.
I pray, Avi. I pray. Do it.
I prey on scum like you. So next week, guys and gals, Pete Sharpie and I are going to have a little bit of a talk, and I will let him know why I allowed him to show up here, because in case you missed the memo, Pete has been trying to also get me out of here. The Dark Cowboy wants me to take my life. Pete Sharpie wants me to retire from this green room. I'll tell you something, old friend. Next week, you and I are going to have a face-off like no other. Are you ready for that? So we can put this aside now.
I'm ready. I'm
glad you are. I'm glad you are. Joe Rositano, one of our judges. Welcome.
Thank you, Avi. Much appreciated, and I can't wait to hear the stories and scenarios that our people are going to present this evening.
You can't wait for your match next week, can you?
Oh, I can't wait,
to show
Avi.
us later on tonight what happened to your original opponent finally. Guys, we're going to finally find out what happened to Joe's original opponent. Are you waiting for that?
Oh, expectantly, but we have a match to do right now.
I know we do. Don't jump the gun. That's what I do. Are you trying to take my job away from me too?
Oh, no. I'm not that dumb.
Kate Hart, I'll humor you and call you that. You'll be one of our judges as well. You surprised? You seem surprised.
Mr. Klein.
You surprised that you're one of the judges?
I am not surprised I am one of the judges. I am surprised you have indulged what you call indulging Kate tonight.
Give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment. You got something you want to say? Say it. Go ahead. Keep it quick. We got a match.
We do have a match, and I want to get to it. You see, I'm on one of these teams, and we all know why. It was explained a few weeks ago. You need heart with an E, but you also need heart without an E. And that doesn't just go for this debate.
You've never been happier in your misery, have you?
We'll find out.
Guys and gals, we turn it right now over to these competitors. Our judges will go backstage, and they will listen intently. Howard Collado will get a solo layout rebuttals can actually occur, guys, but it's different in this particular matchup. In this zombie apocalypse debate, John and Kara can rebut Howard once he's done and only once he's done. John and Kara can do that, and when Howard's done, John will go second. And then Howard and Kara can rebut John once he's finished. And then, of course, Kara will finish things off, and John and Howard can rebut Kara once she's finished. Any questions, guys and gal?
How much time do we have?
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Kate looks like a beautiful gothic mermaid, according to Elise. Looks can be deceiving, though. Quite deceiving. That being said, guys and gals, Howard Collado will get a solo layout. Kara will go to the back. John will go to the back. They can take notes if they'd like. Howard Collado, let us know why your green room team is best equipped to handle a zombie apocalypse. When you see that countdown clock, should you see it, wrap it up. The floor is yours.
Hey, ma, sí. ¿Tú te recuerdas cuando tú siempre me cantabas esa canción? Yeah, that song that you would always sing when I couldn't go to bed. Remember that? How do you? Okay. All right, I'll sing it to you, Mom. Okay. All right. Just listen. I'll sing it to you. Un patito, cuac, cuac, que no puede dormir. He can't sleep because of the sound. Él escucha, he hears the sound of el lobito. There's a wolf that is near. Mom, come on. You remember that song, right? You used to sing to me all the time. I know you did. Mom. Ma. No, corra. No, corra, Mom. Mom, run. Go with Theo and just run. Yeah, they're there, Mom. Just Mom. Run, no. April 24th, 2050. My mom became one of the thousands that either went missing or she. And on that day, I started my journey to find her. On Safety Base Station 205, located just north of Ithaca, upstate New York, where I was stationed. The head of the camp, Stephen Miller, we used to call him Papa Bear. He was from Queens, ex-Navy SEAL. He looked at me and he said, "It's a suicide mission, Howard. Okay? All right? Okay, you just got to accept the fact of two things. That either she escaped or that you're never going to find her again, all right, because she just went for the hill somewhere, or that she's..." I couldn't accept that second fact at all. Accept the fact that she was attacked or killed by muties. That's what we call them. Muties. Where do I start? Well, I'll give you the bullet points. In 2045, Russia released a neurotoxin in America, released by Russian spies. Yes, those still existed, all right? And unbeknownst to us in American intelligence, it went completely under the radar, as intelligence had their head up their ass. This neurotoxin affected those specifically who either had blood type negative O or A. And if you didn't have those blood types, you were fine. And what it did was it jacked up your adrenaline. But what it also did, it affected your vocal cords. So you couldn't speak You couldn't make any noise. You couldn't make any sound. If you were one of the muties, what made them really, really scary is that they looked just like us, but they couldn't make any sound. And that's how you knew if they were zombies or not, what we call the muties. Now, on my station were two men I recruited. One of them was Sean Stasiak. Now, Sean was a big buff guy, strong guy. And for him, it was an easy sell. He had lost anyone he ever loved, anyone he ever cared about, all to the muties. So he was looking for any chance, any opportunity to go out there and kill some. The only thing that probably stopped him from doing it any earlier was his mother was still alive. And she also had just passed away. So he jumped at the opportunity. Now again, John Stasiak, strong guy, capable, also knew ammunition, knew his guns. Second guy was Joe Rositano. Joe and me, we grew up in the same neighborhood. His family was Italian, mine was Dominican. Dominican and Italians, they have a lot in common. We were, in a sense, childhood buddies. My mom also cared for him. When I went up to him to ask him, Look, Joe, I know what I am asking you is a lot, okay? But you owe me. How do I owe you? Joe, if I wasn't there in just the nick of time, okay, when we were out on that food excursion, all right? One of those muties who had bit your head off, you would not be here. He had nothing to say. Because he knows I was telling the truth. Look, Joe, I get it, all right? You have a child and a wife who depend on you. But I won't ever be able to live with myself if I do nothing after everything that woman has helped me through. With my recovery, with my depression, okay? With me feeling like a fraud all my life. She was, and you know this, she would be there and she would say, mira, cállese la boca con ese fraud, okay? God put those things in your life because it's part of your path. It's all part of the puzzle piece of who you are. That's who I'm trying to save, John. That's who I'm trying to save, Joe. And you're the only one I could trust. We just stare at each other in silence. A day later, I was exiting the camp with me and Sean. And then finally, I got a tap on my shoulder. I looked and turned. And it was Joe. He was standing there. He said he had changed his mind. And I said, Joe, what made you change your mind? And he said, this. It was a picture. My mom putting a Band-Aid on his knee when he was 6 years old and he had fallen off his bike. He said his son had given him this picture. Well, as much as Papa Bear thought this was insane, he gave me the supplies. He gave me a vehicle. He gave me food. He gave me ammunition. He gave me all the things I would need to survive. And eventually, off we went. Me, John Stasiak, and Joe. I mean, it was pretty smooth for 2 days, you know. Sean rambled on and on about his crazy theories about why he thought the muties couldn't speak. He had these crazy theories about, you know, the Russians still being able to control them and having some mega computer that they control through their satellite. John would just ramble. I mean, what? You don't need Netflix when you have Sean. But on the third day, we met a typhoon. I'll explain. we discovered this abandoned house where we kind of set up shelter. The next morning, we went out to kind of gather whatever supplies we could find. All of a sudden, we heard this booming voice, followed, BAM! By a shotgun. By some gun. It had to be a shotgun. And as we approached, more closer and closer, there was this man who was surrounded by nudies. But he was reciting this weird, abstract, weird poetry. And he was surrounded by them. And it was almost kind of like, when Cobra is kind of put in a trance, right? And they're not moving, and the whistle that the guy is playing, it was kind of like that, but he was shooting them. One by one. So, when the ghost was clear, we approached him slowly, gradually. We asked him what the hell was going on. What was it? And he said that somehow through his own personal journey, he discovered that for some reason, these movies responded to very high baritone, or I should say very low baritone frequencies. Kind of got him in this weird hypnotic mood. He just shot him. So we went back to his place, the underground bomb shelter. And we discovered that he also had another person, another woman with him. It was the daughter of a neighbor of his, back before the world turned crazy. And he had promised this, neighbor that he would take care of this girl. Her name was Kate Hart. And I'll tell you, both of these guys, there was something good about them. They had a good heart. They were wise. They just had a great presence about them. And I discovered that Kate also was, she was also a weapons expert. Her father was a martial artist and that taught her everything about katana blades and machetes and small knives. And at some point, as I'm getting to know them more, Fred looks at me. He just looks at me and he says, what was her name? I look at him baffled. I said, what are you talking about? He said, I can tell by the pain in your eyes you lost someone recently. What was their name? And I said, look, she's not dead, okay? She's gone missing, okay? And I don't know how, but I know she's still alive, okay? She is still alive. Ella está viva, okay? And he put his hand on my shoulder. And he said, son, it's okay.
3-minute warning.
It's all right. We've all lost someone. And that loss. But I stopped him. I was like, no, wait. Why are you warming up to me? And he said, look, I'll go with you on this. I'll go with you to visit her, to find her. And I said, wait, you don't even know me. And he said, son, we've all lost someone, and that pain, that heartbreak is what connects us all, and the whys of their whereabouts is what motivates us. So, off we went. And I was sitting in that car. And I just kept thinking, this is my team. These are the guys that I'm not going to let down. And as I watched them, each one of them, in that silence, and as time went on, I discovered what made them all completely right for this journey. Fred Ottman, a wise, intuitive man. He was almost like our moral compass. Despite all the accumulated bitterness and anger that can fester living in a zombie apocalypse world in the darkest of moments, or even when I was stuck in my own head about what was going on with me, or losing or having my mom missing, he would do this impression. He would be the old lady in Poltergeist, and he would say, "Go into the light." And you're probably wondering, what does it matter having a sense of humor in a post-apocalyptic world, in a zombie world? It makes all the sense when you are entrapped in that darkness. John Stasia, well, it was simple. He was a strong man, willing to do anything, almost to his detriment. He was reckless, but what balanced him out was Fred. Fred kind of became a father figure to him, and I think Fred also reminded him of a father. And Kate Hart, again, a weapons expert, was able to handle herself in any situation, but also thought before she acted as well. But ultimately, there was Joe, childhood friend, a man I trusted with my life. He knew exactly what was on my left and to my right. And in these times, those are the individuals I would go to apocalypse.
Guys and gals, and to the judges in the back, if you are on said team, no bias, none. You are not going to get romanced, of course, and I know our judges won't. You will not be romanced by the debater / storyteller simply because you are on their team. Let's just make sure that that's a reminder yet again. Howard Collado, thank you.
Thank you.
A zombie apocalypse, guys and gals, with green rumors. Howard Collado told his story. John Red will tell his. John, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
In a 3, in a 2, in a U.
Damn.
And I am very apologetic. Because we've never done this. We can rebut. You can rebut now, and so can Kara. I'm sorry about that. Howard Collado. Kara wants to rebut Howard Collado. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. You never explained exactly what the zombies, what they actually do. Like, you told us about how their voice box and stuff was affected, whatnot, but you didn't explain to us how the zombies or the muties affected the other people around them.
Okay, well, I thought it was kind of self-explanatory that they simply attack you, right? Their adrenaline, I talked about how their adrenaline spiked up, right? So if your adrenaline spikes up, that means you're going to be aggressive, right?
So is it just aggression, or, I mean, are they out to kill like typical zombies? Like,
they attack you. They go out for the kill. That is what they do.
And one other thing. So when we got this assignment, obviously, like, zombies are fictional, right? But our teams that we chose, everything that we state about them is based off of facts, correct? Did I understand that right? Yes.
I believe so. Okay. I think also using some.
Yes, you did.
Okay, so I get that Kate is well versed in weapons, but it's weapons in the theater sense. It's combat theater. It's not hand-to-hand actual combat.
Okay, but that could be applied, right, to a real-life situation. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. Right?
So you don't think it would be difficult for somebody that's never killed anybody for them to actually have to do it for the first time?
Now, she physically knows how to use a weapon, but the psyche, right? The psychological demand of actually inserting a weapon into another human being and taking it out, nothing prepares you for that.
John's index finger went up. John?
Yeah, I've got two questions. The first, I go along with Kara in saying that Kate Hart, or Giselle, or whatever you want to say, she is in the business of making sure nobody gets hurt. That's not going to do any good with zombies. And then the second thing I would ask is that we were supposed to figure out how all of us got together. Now, Joe Rizard, I believe, lives in Seattle, and you got him all the way in New York City.
Oregon.
Oregon, I'm sorry.
Well, in the Navi world I created, right? We were neighbors. That was the world I created, right? It's our own zombie apocalypse. So I created a alternative narrative.
Okay.
Now I did talk about him being smart and tech savvy, and I believe, yeah, Joe does have those qualifications.
Are Kara and John done with the rebuttals, or do they have any more points they'd like to bring up? Because if they do, now would be the time.
I'm done.
It's fine.
You sure? Well, why do you seem so defeated? I mean, you got a shot to still rebut if you want. Anything else?
Oh, I'm not defeated. I mean, I feel like he's done it himself. So.
Okay. Well, no, I'm giving you a chance to rebut again. I'm just, if you wanted to make any more points, you could now. Or Howard, do you want to say anything to John or Kara?
No, I mean, I'll reemphasize my points, right? I created a fictional world where Joe Rizard and me were neighbors. Now, but I also inserted the fact that he is a guy who's also technologically savvy, right? So I mixed the two in between.
Kara?
I don't think I said we couldn't do that.
But the assignment was to base our characters off of the real world, not put them and plug them in other places and fantasize what they're able to do.
Well, Kara, think about it. We're being told to tell a story about a zombie apocalypse. That in and of itself is already kind of a suspension of disbelief.
Like I said, that part, yes. But in general, an apocalypse, if any kind of an apocalypse happens, whether it be the world just comes to an end and the market crashes and people start looting each other and start going crazy, the skill sets are still going to be the same that these people have, because they're still going to be fighting each other at the end of days. Whether it be actual zombies they're defending themselves against or regular humans.
A fictional world, right? So that to me already demands that I use a little bit of my imagination, right? We are also telling a story here, guys. We can't forget that. Yes, it's based on the facts of some of these individuals and their personality, right? But we're also telling the narrative, storytelling.
Kara, guys and gals, man. Took off the gloves, went right after Howard. John had some good points as well. This is what happens when you tell your story. Rebuttals across the board. These three individuals are prepped. You better believe that. Howard Collado is going to go to the back. He told his story. Kara, we'll go to the back. As John read, we'll tell his story in a 3, in a 2, in a U.
Wow. July 8th. 2033. Damn. Has it really been 10 years? Man. Going back to July 8th, 2028. Man, just a month before that, TKN got its 3 millionth subscriber. And Avi Klein, being the generous guy he is, bought us a corporate office. You know, not any corporate office, though. TKN's different, man. He bought a corporate office in the Ozarks. He said it was perfect because it was just the right space just enough apart for everybody, because we're spread out all over the United States. This was perfect, he said. He said, let's all go up. Let's have a week, a retreat. We worked so hard. It's time to spoil y'all. And that's where it all starts. Man, it was a beautiful house. We had a hell of a week, man. Fishing. On the lake. Skiing. last night there, Avi said, hey, we got to have movie night, man. You know, I always want to do movie night. Let's do movie night. Hell yeah, let's do it. So, you know, there were drinks. Too many drinks for some of them. The whole gang was there. Eric, Sean, Kelly, Buff Bagwell, Brian, Megan, Mindy. We were all there. First two movies we watched. Rocky 1 and 2, baby. Stallone, man. Damn, that was good. Been a long time since I've seen him. And we want to finish out the night with Night of the Living Dead. He said, hey, man, the 1990s version, man, that's the best one ever made, man. We got to watch that. So we watched it. It was almost over. And all throughout I sat next to Megan. And she, all out throughout the movie, she's, man, well, I'd have done this, I'd have done that. Why did they do this? I'm like, damn, she'd have made it through this movie. It was almost over. We heard a bunch of banging and shit. We were like, what the hell's going on? And this house had a big ass picture window. Several of us went to the front and that's what we saw. Oh, God damn, what the hell is this? Eric, Sean, Kelly, Fred Ottman. They thought it was bullshit. They thought it was Avi fucking with us, man. Like he hired these people to come and scare us. We didn't know, though. We didn't know. None of us knew that all week while we were off the grid, there was shit brewing, man. They had sent over some population control shit. It was turning people into fucking zombies, man. Walkers. You know, nothing, you know, they're probably the slowest of the slow, but, you know, hey, fucking zombies nonetheless. Well, you know, Eric and Sean, Kelly, and Fred, they all went out. They went outside to like confront them, like, ah, let's go have some fun, you know. They didn't know. None of us knew at that point. I wasn't going to run out there, but they didn't see what I saw when I went outside. They weren't paying attention. They didn't see this. Fuck. Talking about it brings back sights. By the time I got out there, man, they had already had Eric there. What was on his neck? It was too late, man. Sean, Kelly, Fred, all of them, man, all of them gone in an instant, man. They're fucking. I went back to go back to the house, man. Fucking Brian taking banisters off the fucking and slapping the shit, knocking them out, pushing them out the fucking door. Gina, man, Megan. She did just what she said. She had a broomstick, fucking pushing them out the door. We shut the door. We got it shut. Man, this fucking house had hurricane-proof fucking windows, man. We lucked out. They couldn't get in. We were safe for the night. We didn't have no fucking supplies. Nothing. We were there fucking on vacation. We had toothbrushes. Nothing in the fucking house. That's when I remembered. I said, fuck, man, fucking Craig's dad lives 2 blocks from here, man. He fucking told me last year. His dad was one of those fucking end of the world Armageddon dudes. Gonna stock up for everything. Weapons. Food, water, gas, everything you need to survive. You know, everyone's fucking scared. Everyone's crying and shit. I knew I couldn't get over there by myself. I needed a fucking team, man. I needed a fucking team if I'm going to survive this shit. I heard Brian say, man, he's got to get to his wife. He's got his wife's in, she's in Niagara Falls, man. He's got to get to her. He hadn't talked to her, but he knows she's there. Avi just calculation. Just, you could see his mind turning, man. Gina, man. Megan. She was, fuck, we wouldn't, I might not have got back in for her. We didn't have enough food for everybody. Really just maybe one other person. So I went to Avi first and I said, Avi, man. I told him the story. I said, we gotta get over there, man. It's 2 blocks, man. I know where it's at. I know exactly where it's at. We got to get over there. I told him what it had in there. I told him, though, we have a team, man. So we need fucking big people. Fucking strong. Warriors. We need warriors. Brian. Let's talk to him. Let's talk to him. You know, he's a warrior and he's got a game face on, but he's worried about his wife, his family. So we told him. He agrees. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Not tonight. We can't go tonight. We got to go early in the morning. We need more people, though. We need 2 more people. Got to bring Megan. You got to bring us. Fucking, she proved I wouldn't be here without her. I probably am dead. No, she's got to come. I need her. We need one other person. Oh man, look, Avi and Pete. You know, she saw him tonight. That feud's been going on for years. And Avi said, "I'll go with you, but we're bringing Pete Sharpie." And I said, "Pete Sharpie?" He said, "Well, John, I don't like the guy either, but he's from Canada. If we're going to get to Canada, that's going to be our next step. We got to have someone that knows the fucking territory. We got to be able to survive till they find something to offset this shit." So we get Pete. Of course, he's going to go. They said, "Well, what the fuck, man? This place is going to be locked up." I said, "It's okay, because my friend told me the combination is his birthday, and I know his birthday. Let's go." So hey, Howard, Joe, and Rock, they'd already passed out. You know, they've been drinking. He slept right through it. Boy, they fucking woke up to a nightmare. We made it over there. Me and Brian leading the point. Gina, Avi watching the backside, and Pete right there in the middle. You know, fucking just tell us, you be on the lookout. We make it over there. We get over there. Ding, 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 ding. Fucking thing opens up. And we're like, we're fucking in. So, but we saw fucking, there wasn't just fucking walkers, man. There were some fucking infected sprinters too, man. Oh god damn, boy, that was rough. Shit, we're gonna have to have a much better plan to get to Canada, because we know we can't stay in this bunker. There's not enough supplies. We got plenty of gas to get us going. Avi Klein, what does he do? Ding, 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 ding. Gets on the computer in there, prints up directions before the internet went down. So we got the directions. We got the supplies. The next morning, get a plan together. Here we are, baby. Here we are. Locked and loaded, baby. Locked and loaded. I tell you.
3-minute warning.
Pete. God rest your soul. We didn't all make it. Pete, he turned into... We were there. We were almost there. We're almost there. And right at the end, we get to he gets us to the promised land. And they get him, fucking sprinter, got him right at the. And that guy saved my life too. Oh, my life to Megan, to Pete Sharpie. A couple of years later, we lived off the land. Fucking Avi, there ain't nothing this man don't know. Did you know he's fucking an outdoorsman? He's fucking a survivor. He taught me how to survive. Like I owe my life to him too. 2 years later, the fucking government, I don't know if it was a government, it was the infectious disease center. They come up with a cure. We fucking made it. 10 years later, here I am. Because of those guys. And I'm forever indebted. Thank you, guys.
John Red, guys and gals, his version of a zombie apocalypse. We see all your comments. Thank you very much. Let's bring in Kara J and Howard Collado to see if they want to rebut John Red before Kara J finishes this thing up. Kara and then Howard. Any of you want to rebut? Howard.
Yeah. So Pete got out of the car, then got killed?
He what?
He got out of the car and then got killed?
No, it was as we were getting into the promised land.
So he was
he was alive all the way to the end. He got us to Canada. He got us to the promised land.
Okay. So now the promised land, was it a building? Was it a house? Was it a underground shelter of some sort?
It was North Canada, where we're out in the wilderness. It's cold up there. Zombies don't make it very well in the cold.
So it was a general landmass that you guys were escaping to.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay, so then also a couple years later, in that time, none of these zombies at all tried to attack you. They didn't try to, penetrate this new landmass location that you were in.
Yeah, I mean, look, we want to go into that. We made it. We were survived. Avi Klein helped me build something that can't be infiltrated. So yeah, we made it, and we fought them off long enough to make it so there was a cure.
Got it. So it was kind of a fortress, I guess, in a sense that they were not able to penetrate. I just I'm not sure if that was communicated very clearly. Last one, almost done. You were at some point in your story, you were driving, and then you talked about being in a bunker. I'm trying to figure out where the connective tissue there.
Yeah, we left the house on foot 2 blocks, and then drove a few days later, and start making the trip to Canada.
Okay. Again, that just wasn't clear. I'm done.
Okay, my turn.
Kara, you ready to go?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay. So, first of all, Eric and Sean wouldn't be nowhere near each other and be cordial, period, in any world.
Well, they were.
Well, like I said, it's supposed to be based off of reality out of these people's personalities.
3 million subscribers to the new network. Go ahead.
And why does a house in the Ozark need hurricane-proof windows when they're landlocked?
I don't know.
Why?
Sometimes you just get lucky.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think that Howard drinks. And you said that Howard was drinking.
Howard
and passed out. And Howard, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But I don't think that Howard drinks.
Not a drinker, huh?
No, I'm not. That said, if there was maybe an incident, a catalyst of some sort that propelled me to do such a thing, then I think that would have been probably a little more plausible. but in terms of the narrative of the story, not in my actual real life. I would have bought that, possibly.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so there we go. Kara, more rebutting. John, Howard, you guys want to rebut John Red even more? Or are we good?
I'm good.
I think I'm good.
We're good. Okay, Howard Collado, put you in the back there. John Red, I'm going to put you in the back. Kara, you're going to finish things up as our judges are set to vote momentarily. When you finish your story, they will decide on whether Kara, John, or Howard's story was more plausible, which story spoke to them and why. They will be voting without any bias whatsoever. Kara, are you good to go?
I'm good.
In a 3, in a 2, in a U.
So everybody remembers March of 2020. COVID happened. What happened when COVID happened? The whole world started to shut down and the government 100% threw itself into research. Not too long ago, they said that COVID was done. We didn't have to stress out about it anymore. But we didn't know that they were still doing research. Unfortunately, there was a mutation in one of the labs. One of the patients during human testing had extra chromosomes that caused the virus that was introduced into their system to mutate. They said on the news that it caused the patient to go crazy and lash out and bite 2 of the staff members. So the staff went home that day. They didn't know what was going to happen. They didn't realize that within 24 hours, they were going to be dead. And then come back as the Walking Dead. Zombies who would chase you down, try and tear your face off, rip your throat out, and leave you bleeding. That's how it all started. And when it started, it happened fast. It seemed like everybody had lost their mind. Thankfully, I lived out in the country, out in a rural area, 100+ acres of family land. Unfortunately, I lost my entire family other than my husband. The first thing we did was reconnect the pitcher pump to the well outside that we have in our kitchen. And then we took the hot water tank that my dad had built years ago that can be heated by a wood fire outside of the house. It seemed that the less populated the area, the safer you were. So with us being in Southeast Arkansas in a small town, I figured we should stay. I always thought my dad was crazy with all of his doomsday prepping. But God rest his soul, I am eternally grateful now for all of it, for all of his teachings. If he wouldn't have, I wouldn't be surviving right now. My husband, Eric, and I, we struggled. We struggled to keep the livestock safe, our gardens protected, not just from zombies, but from looters and predators. Luckily, when the outbreak first hit, we still had communication. It was all over the news. And I had the foresight to call 2 of our friends, Rock and Kelly. They live out in Virginia and West Virginia. In general, on a good day, a normal day, that's a long trip to Southeast Arkansas. But when you add in the apocalypse, the zombies, people fleeing, it takes a lot longer. That was probably the longest 2 weeks in my entire life, sitting and waiting, wondering if they were going to show up. Because Rock said that he was going to pick Kelly up, since he already knew where Kelly lived, due to them doing indie wrestling together pre-apocalypse. But once they finally pulled into that driveway, bless it, I wish y'all could see the vehicle that they came in. Apparently, when Rock got to Kelly's, they decided that they were going to refortify the vehicle with his mechanic knowledge and Kelly's knowledge in armaments. Rock said he never would have made it without Kelly's navigational skills. After the guys got settled, they were pretty shocked to see all of the ammunition and the guns that my dad had collected and built over the years. From handguns all the way up to World War II fully functioning era machine guns. They were even more surprised to learn that I was completely proficient in them and I knew what they were. You would think with it being 3 men that one of them would have wanted to take over and lead the crazy circus that we call life now. But they didn't. They left that job to me. My house, my rules. And even though Kelly and Eric have been out of the military for a while, they still know how to follow a lead. And Rock fell right into step as well. The next 2 months passed and we all kind of fell into a routine around the farm. We'd take turns keeping watch on top of the house. It was the highest point. Eric and Kelly were constantly refortifying the property with homemade explosions, barbed wire fence. We were lucky that the house didn't sit directly up against the tree line. The house was further away from the tree line, so in order to get to the house and the main property, you had to cross an empty field. So once you get through, or if anybody or anything got through the initial defense at the edge of the wood line, then they had to cross an empty field. And what do you have when you have an empty field? No place to hide. And you've got somebody sitting on top of the house watching. You've got 2 military men that have built spike pits and homemade explosions and napalm all throughout this field away from the house to try and help protect us and the livestock. All around the goats and the hogs, chickens, cow, and the horse pens, we put cans on string about 20 foot away. And that way, if a zombie got close, if it managed to get through,
3-minute warning,
it would make a lot of racket. We even had a MASH vehicle set up outside, a makeshift hospital. Rock had gotten hurt. He had a collapsed lung and we had to reinflate it and use a chest tube. After that, we realized we had to collect more medical books because we don't have a doctor out here on the farm. Late one evening, we were all outside and we heard tires skidding and hitting a tree, and there was a man that was climbing out of this vehicle. He introduced himself as Pinocchio Joe. He was dressed in all winter clothes in the mid-July in the South. Didn't have a scratch on him and walked away from a vehicle that he shouldn't have been able to walk away from. Said that he came there to recruit us to fight against the zombies and get rid of the zombies. And afterwards, he was going to drag us to our dark cellar. Yeah, he was proficient in fighting the zombies. He moved lightning fast. Almost inhuman. But I don't trust him. That's why we put him in the barn in the loft. And nobody's taking their eyes off of him. Because I have a feeling once he feels like we're not useful to him, he's going to attack. And I can't let him hurt what's left of my family. I just can't. I'm done.
Guys and gals, Kara J gave us a story of a zombie apocalypse in her neck of the woods. Let's bring in Howard Collado. Let's bring in John Red. And John and Howard, are we rebutting Kara?
Yeah.
Howard.
Sure. So at first, you talked about that they were doing research, and a mutation occurred as a result of extra chromosomes that a specific human had. Actually, great imagination on that. I really love that. That said, how did you come across this information? Now, presently, Kara retelling past events.
Before the communications went down, they were telling stuff on the news when everything was still up. You still see where people are attacking people and there's riots, and they're explaining what had happened and telling everybody to take cover. So why would they not report that in the news?
Well, for, I would say, several reasons. First of all, if it's a fuck up that our government did, that our agencies did, we have
There's
a history.
always whistleblowers.
There are, but initially there's not a willingness to openly admit that. Sure, there are whistleblowers, but my next question is, well, what's the time frame, right? When did this incident happen, and then how long did it take for the whistleblowers to start coming to fruition? It's a good point. Yes, there are whistleblowers, but what was the time frame? Is what I needed to kind of understand. Yeah.
Okay, we're in July now, and the time frame was March.
Okay.
So immediately it comes out when it starts to happen. It spreads like wildfire.
Gotcha. And this was a valid, credible source?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because whistleblowers are always...
Go ahead, Howard. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because whistleblowers are always credible sources.
When it's somebody that came out of the lab, I mean, why would the population not believe it?
Okay. Just wasn't clear on that. Gotcha.
I believe John Red has a point to make as well. Go ahead, John.
I'm just wondering, I don't know if you said the time frame it took for your reinforcements to come. Did you give it? Did I miss that?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I was there with my husband on the farm for 2 weeks, just us struggling.
2 weeks, y'all held off all the zombies, like Mr. and Mrs. Rainbow.
What part? Okay. What part of us being in a rural area? Yeah, you're super funny. A rural area, which means less populated, which means less people that have turned into zombies. Not to mention the fact all of the fortifications that my husband by himself would rig up.
And then your reinforcement comes again, and you picked Pinocchio Joe. You picked him on your team.
I did, but I also know what kind of person Pinocchio Joe is.
So why did you pick him if you're
yes,
still locked
he's
in the barn?
useful. Oh, was I going to pick zombie bait intentionally? I mean, really.
I mean, I don't know why you pick somebody that you lock away in a barn. You could have just said, we're gonna roll with these four. I don't even need a fifth person. That's all.
Okay.
Howard and John, more rebuttals?
Last one.
Go ahead.
There was a 2 week span between Rock and Kelly coming and arriving. You said that in the zombie apocalypse world, transportation just changes drastically. Now we're there, but I would also think, right, if there's no one on the highways, wouldn't the trip take a little shorter?
Have you not ever watched any zombie movies?
Were there were there cars on the highway? Was there debris?
Have you not ever watched any zombie movie? Just about every zombie show.
I have, and what I've seen.
People are fleeing. Traffic is backed up. Zombies attack said traffic. Then you've got to find a way around all the dead people.
But this trip took place 2 months after. right?
No, 2 weeks. It took them 2
No,
weeks.
it took them 2 weeks, but what you're saying is there was a point where you said 2 months later, you and Eric were falling into a routine, and that's when they
We
came.
were all falling. You weren't listening to the story. We were all falling into a routine 2 months later after they had arrived.
All involved Kelly and
Yes, I didn't know I had to state their names every time, but yes.
you were talking about you and Eric. That's
No,
why
no, I wasn't. You weren't listening to the story, Howard.
I mean, he tried to draft me on his team, Kara. He doesn't listen all the time.
I know.
Guys and gals, we're going to read some comments now. Chad T. Can said she's doing awesome. You don't always need yelling and screaming to make your story come to life. Kate Hart said there is no trusting Pinocchio Joe in any world. Look how he qualified for round 1. But then Julie fires back and says, well, why wouldn't you want him on your team then if that's the case, if you qualified? Eric says, am I the only one that thinks John should have used Avi as muscle as well? Dude's a freaking beast. All right.
I did, man.
We have Carol Bretta doing Karen Bretta things. A lot of laughing. We love you, Karen. You're awesome, and your comments are awesome. Some more comments here. Jaleesa, 2 weeks. Well, I think Kara cleared that up. Guys, speaking of clearing up right now, our judges will clear up everything because they hold the fates of Kara J. Should she lose, she's gone from this tournament. Should Howard or John lose, they're still in round number 2. But if one of them win, they take 10 points. And can you imagine what those 10 points could do in round number 2? Oh, my God. Guys and gals, here we go. Joe Rossitano, Pete Sharp, Giselle. We're all going to be voting right now, and everyone but myself will be on screen until one person is done voting. We'll start things off with Joe Rossitano. There's zero bias, guys and gals, even though Joe's on Howard's team and Giselle's on Howard's team, Pete's on John's team. No bias. Joe, who do you vote for and why?
I vote for Kara J in this case because, first off, you named what exactly happened that led to the event outside of just this happened, this was the event, and we're in it now. Not only that, you named times when your characters showed up that did actually fit a realistic idea of maybe how long it would probably take them to get there, if that was the case, outside of just, again, they're there, which is fantastic, and it sounds amazing in story, and I appreciate how everyone did that. But sticking to that, then the one that got it for me was how Pinocchio Joe was presented. Because, again, in show so far, we only know a certain amount about him, but that still followed our line right now. My vote goes to Kara.
Thank you.
Joe Rossitano, guys and gals, votes Kara. We turn it over to Giselle.
Why insist on this, Giselle, I don't know. However, that is not the point. Howard, your story had a lot of heart. You told it with passion. I could see the emotions in you. John, I have to admit I became a little bit lost in the middle of yours. Kara, you gave me plenty of detail. You brought me in with the way you told your story in the quiet recalling of the events. You had those emotions. My vote goes to Kara.
Thank you.
Well, guys and gals, there you go. Pete, who you vote for and why?
All right. Well, even though I was the hero in John's story, but for these three stories here, I closed my eyes. I wanted to listen to it without having to see them, what they're acting on the screen.
Let me see your eyes. Take your sunglasses off.
So
you don't want to look me in the eye right now? Knowing that this might be the last time, with the exception of next week, that you'll be on the green room. You're done. You're done. Enjoy the spotlight, buddy.
I'm done.
Enjoy the spotlight. I know what you're up
done.
to. 145 episodes. I won't say what you're up to, but I know what you're up to. You think you and Truly Julie are going to accomplish said objective? You got to be kidding me, man. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Whether it's toxic scumbag from the old college days, whether it's a false preacher, whether it's a woman who fakes having cancer to get sympathy. I've been through it all here in this green room. You think the likes of you
Oh wow! Always
And
me.
Julie,
Always me.
you
Avi.
think the likes of you and
The
Julie are
same
going to have?
frozen dance every single Saturday. Always
It's not.
about
It's
you.
not. As a matter of fact,
Always
what
about
I'm trying to
you.
tell you is that you're wasting valuable airtime trying to attempt the impossible. You jackass.
I'm the jackass. You just completely cut me off from my vote. Do you even want me to vote?
Because you're a jackass.
Why'd you even have me here tonight then?
Because you're a jackass.
Because I'm a jackass. That's
Yes.
your answer. Because I'm a jackass. That's
Yes.
why you had me here tonight.
Quality entertainment is what we need. Lighten things up a little bit.
Oh, it's nice that you say that.
Because
When
the big
I'm
joke,
on screen, that's
the
when
big
ratings
joke
go
is
up.
you thinking you can intimidate me to get out of this place that I built.
Intimidates you, Avi? You're gonna be gone. You're gonna be gone.
Look at all the
Guaranteed.
smiling faces here, Pete. Look at
You're
all
gonna
them.
be gone.
They ain't buying it. But I'll tell you something. Your vote does count, even though we already have a winner. But go ahead. I'll humor you. Go ahead. Who you vote?
Oh, you're gonna hear me? Okay.
Yes, I will. Yes.
Well then, since you're gonna humor me, and my fans want to hear my votes because that's what they're showing up here for tonight, my vote goes for Kara. You want to know why? Because she had the most detail. Even though Howard and John were entertaining, a lot of action, but realistically, Kara's story made sense because it's in a small town. Zombie attacks aren't going to be, there are going to be huge hordes of zombies on them. So them fortifying their home for 2 weeks is plausible.
Lola Jones, cancer, 5 years free. Awesome. That is awesome. Absolutely. Sure.
Mhm.
Listen, guys and gals, at the end of the day, this stuff's real. And it's real to say and real to announce that right now, the second most comments on any Green Room show we've ever had has taken place tonight. The most amount of comments also took place when the gentleman and lady near me broke records with 2.2 thousand on June 10th. They're now part of a show that has the second most amount of comments. Got to give it up to John Redcar, Jane Howard Collado. They can draw. So, guys and gals, 1.9 thousand comments on my page. Maybe we'll get to 2,000 when you watch the replay. Why not? So, with that, let me just announce it officially and make it official. Kara J has advanced to round number 2 of the TKN Celebrity Grand Debate Tournament. She can chill till the fall because that's when all the new matchups will be announced. Who will she be facing? We do not know. But Howard and John are still in round number 2. They don't have the 10 points. Maybe they'll win some trivia on the review show. There's a chance to do that this Monday again. Guys and gals, you're looking at everyone but one person here who isn't in round number 2. I'm in round 2. Kara's in round 2. Howard's in round 2. John Red's in round 2. Giselle's in round 2. Hopefully I will eliminate Pete, who's in round 2. And then this man, Joe Rositano, is not yet officially in round 2. But you seem kind of elated, so tell me why, Joe. Because you know what?
I am.
I will play the following next week and tonight. I will play it next week as well after your match in case those might have missed it.
Yes.
But I'm going to play something that I promised, Joe. Because we talk about, I mentioned certain individuals without calling them out. We don't do that over here.
No.
But the aforementioned personalities all brought a certain sense of low class to them. And Joe, you were assigned an opponent months ago. And it hurts me to know that some people can stoop so low when all they see are delusions of grandeur circling around their psyche. When they lose what they've become, or maybe they were what they always were. Joe, your opponent in round number 1 is gone. Am I right?
You are correct, Avi. You are very correct. And I'm here to celebrate that.
You could drop that, brother. You know why I'm asking you to drop that?
Why?
I'm asking you to drop that because I want you to talk to me. We're not going to mention names, but your original opponent brought the best and the worst out of you. It was all about ageism in the beginning. But then it was something else. We haven't gone 4 hours in quite some time, but guys, that's what happens when you have a quality jam-packed show like this. Joe, you mentioned to the masses that age was a factor, that you are looking around at all these faces and you're seeing people on the wrong side of 30, 40, and 50. Sorry, Kelly. That being said, you're the young buck here. You want to be the new demographic. You want to represent the new demographic. The youthful energy, vigor, the ambition. But to do that, you went one step further than most people would have expected. Because instead of merely looking forward to Rock Richards and your mystery opponent next week, guys and gals, who might be from the world of film or TV or sports, that's all I'm saying. But instead of just looking at your next opponents this coming Saturday night, June the 15th, you decided to take care of your older opponent. So, Joe, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Video's worth a million.
He was dead before I killed him. His age was a detriment, but it had nothing to do with the amount of time he spent on this planet. It had everything to do with his lack of usefulness. He hovered and sucked the life out of everything that he cherished. This is why suicide was never an option. He needed more. He wanted more. But he had nothing left to give. Did he ever? He rode the coattails of the talented and wanted more for less. You mattered to us, Jamie. You did. But not in 2023. You had a bitter taste about you. You were given permission to rot away. You were a storm without a center. A puddle in a pothole. You awakened to such beautiful and aquatic bliss, yet you never learned how to swim. A trumpet without soul. A soccer game without a goal. De Niro without a mole. A kid, Jamie. That's what I do. I'm a kid, aren't I? I was. But I can define my purpose with clarity. Yours was a comforting illusion of plenty and unending riches. You nibbled away, didn't you? You always left night behind 95%. Look at you now. A mere trophy piece with no value. I wanted the essence of who you are to overtake me. I yearned for knowledge, but was embraced by an empty room with a broken mirror when I first laid eyes on you. You are not what your painting suggests. But don't you see, Jamie? Now you are. You are everything you needed to be. Your story has reached its conclusion, and it will be buried by a man that was merely a child in your eyes. Irony worthy of the drama. You pretended that you were something that you clearly weren't. The weak and the meek you shall never betray again. This chapter has been a doozy. Avi, don't you ever write me into a story that includes unprofessional storytellers ever again. Ever!